pollination between streams with this would be the biggest thing with that. Yeah, virtual streamer house. That's kind of the whole point. It's like a clan. It's like a guild. And like, I put all these things up on user voice a while back, and I was like, there's got to be something for this. Because this, I understand how these types of things work for like large businesses, because somebody has to be maintaining different code bases. And the thing that I worry about is like, they've removed everything that's made the stream team special by getting rid of hosting. And now it's just there, and it doesn't do anything. And eventually someone's going to come along and be like, hey, we need to refactor and clean some stuff up. And they go, well, that feature's not performing. Dead. And I'm like, please don't. This is really cool. It's really cool stuff. It just doesn't have a reason to exist right now. You could give it a reason. You could give it a reason, because it's freaking rad. We actually dueled between Admiral Barrow and I. So like, Admiral Barrow's community and our community did dueling hype trains. We beat the world record back and forth a couple of times. It was wild. It was awesome. And then we took the gold. We got the massive world record. I love this. I love this feature, and I wish they would revive it. I really do. If you want Twitch to pay attention, you want them to change something, user voice is 100% the way to do this. That is when it's not crashing, because there's a million of you looking at it. I literally can't log in. Great. Oh, God, you killed it. Never heard of user voice? Well, it's dead right now, so... Jesus Christ, chat. I can't show you anything, man. I can't show you a damn thing. Oh, wait, it logged me in. I always want to make the platform better, man. Let me see. Multiple audio channels, PG Dumpy stuff. That one got done, by the way. They allowed Dumpy Bay. Oh, my God. Oh, that was the other one. That's the... Oh, God, I've asked for this so much. If somebody gifts 5 subs, in the activity feed, it doesn't say what tier they are. It just says that they gifted 5 community subs. So if you give 5 tier 3 subs, it still just tells me you just gifted 5 community subs. It doesn't say what kind. And, like, if chat's going really fast, I'll be like, wow, that guy just gave 40 subs. And then all of chat is like, they're tier 3, they're tier 3, they're tier 3. I was like, how am I supposed to know? Oh. So I've been asking for this for a while. By the way, if you leave comments on these, don't leave stupid comments. Leave comments about how you think it could actually add benefit to the platforms. That's the biggest thing. Give Twitch real feedback. Phone number for 2-factor, deeper analytics for ad revenue, reporting of anonymous gift subs, alert system major bugs, custom JavaScript for alerts, randomized Twitch alerts. God, I have so many in here. Oh, it's Stream Teams was up there? God damn it. Twitch Stream Teams revamp. I wrote a big thing for this. It says Stream Teams used to be a cornerstone of Twitch and work like small networks or guilds. Back when hosting was a feature, you could set your team to be auto-hosted, which gave mutual support to anyone on your team automatically. When that was removed, Stream Teams atrophied and are now a nearly worthless feature. I'd like to bring Stream Teams back into the spotlight, hopefully save this feature and improve it for everyone. As such, here are a list of potential improvements and reworks that may get it back on track. If you've never heard of a Stream Team, you can find ours here. You can also read our read about Twitch teams here, and I actually put the help article for it. Stream Teams linked in the stream title. There's no way to do that right now. You actually can't link Stream Teams in the stream title. You can link other people in your stream title, but you can't link the stream team. Oh, and by the way, Excessive Profanity actually has their stream team, their color for their channel be black. So because of that, it looks like this, which is really funny. So now it doesn't even look like a link. Right? It's not great. It's not great. Following stream teams. Being able to follow a stream team. So instead of following just a streamer, you could follow the team. And then every time someone from that team went live, it would give you a notification that someone on that team went live. See, now you can follow a whole team. Allow affiliates to make stream teams. Right now, only partners can make stream teams, and you have to send a support ticket to do so, which is weird. Why would you hide guilds behind partners? Doesn't make any sense. Team emotes. Maybe have emotes unlockable for a stream team, and then it can be used by anyone who subs to anyone on that team. Kind of cool, right? That could work. Team charity events, and then team hype trains. These are the other 2 things I talked about. There's so many different ways to do this, to like add value to these, right? And none of these have to actually happen, but it's like, do something with them. Do something with them, because they're great. I don't want the stream team to go away. I want it to be good.
I'm gonna perform this entire video as one uncut take with no edits. If I make a mistake or forget my lines, we are just gonna keep it in. It's an attempt to create kind of an anti-content, going against the best practices of social media content. I guess that used to be called art, right? You see, I've been spending a lot of time on TikTok, and I have some concerns about how it's affecting democracy. Here's 3 myths. Number 1, the problem is fake news. Number 2, TikTok teens will save the world. And number 3, social media holds politicians accountable. I'm gonna bust. These myths. In the old days, if you wanted information about politics, there was one or maybe a few centralized outlets. But nowadays, anybody can pick up a smartphone and start contributing to the information environment. The result is a massive increase in the amount and diversity of information available. And on the one hand, that might be a good thing. Societies need a lot of information to function. Information like, how many swords do we have? How many barbarians are at the gate? How quickly can we make a lot more swords? That information is scattered through society in the heads of lots of different people. Democracy is one method of gathering and processing it. And in theory, liberal democracies with robust human rights protections should be better at solving problems than authoritarian regimes. Because if people can feed back information to the government in the form of elections and protests and free speech in the media and so on, then vital information can make its way up the chain and the government can act on it, in theory. Whereas dictators just end up surrounded by people who tell them the information they want to hear, which makes them pretty bad at actually running countries. So a big increase in the amount and diversity of information available, thanks to social media, could be a really good thing for democracy and maybe even good for us as individuals, because, you know, it exposes us to all kinds of different points of view and so on. But on the other hand, a massive increase in the amount of information that citizens have to process is a little bit overwhelming, completely overwhelming. Actually, I'm exhausted. I'm depressed. I'm anxious. I'm wired all the time, and I can't sleep. I'm filled with a crushing sense of dread. It must be an election year. I need to touch grass. Somehow this just isn't helping. There are 2 possible responses to information overload. The first is learned helplessness. Well, you can't possibly process all this information, so you just stop trying. Maybe you become apathetic. Oh, God. We're all the same anyway, right? So much contradictory information out there. Who even knows what's going on anymore? Who even knows what's real? In the worst cases, people become anxious, depressed, maybe more easily manipulated. Or maybe you start taking shortcuts with the political information you do consume. Instead of actually listening to what politicians are saying, you just pay attention to the vibes. Politics becomes something a bit more like sports or fandom. Like, have you seen that one TikTok of Tim Walls in a runza? Man, I love that guy. Couldn't name a single one of his policies. I don't actually even know what a runza is. But anyway, he seems like a real sweetheart. The other response to information overload is selective exposure. That's where you limit yourself to only consuming information that already fits your narrow worldview. We could call that filter bubbles or maybe echo chambers. In the 1990s, they called it cyber balkanization, which I think sounds a lot cooler, personally. We should have stuck with that. This response is really good for platforms themselves. If everybody's sorted to their nice little algorithmic niche, that makes it easier to hit us with targeted ads. And we love it. Posting nice, simple content that aligns with your niche gets you that sweet, sweet clout in the form of likes and shares. I mean, what do you get by posting challenging, nuanced content? I guess I wouldn't know. Selective exposure might contribute to political polarization and maybe an increase in authoritarian thinking, as people come to believe that discussion is impossible because everyone's living in wildly different versions of reality. Although, I should stress that from the research I've read, that remains an unproven theory. It's a thing some people worry might be happening. Unfortunately, both of these effects can be gamed by bad actors. Social media can be used to spread propaganda at speed and scale, especially now thanks to AI. Part of the problem is fake news, but only part. Another tactic might be deliberately flooding the information space with a lot of contradictory information to push people into learned helplessness and selective exposure. For example, in 2017, a bunch of documents leaked from a government office in China, showing that the Chinese government regularly employs people to post on Chinese social media. By analysing the wording of the posts, researchers were able to estimate that the government writes approximately 448 million posts every year, which, wow! I mean, if you work for the Chinese government, leave a comment. Most of the posts were positive, and they almost never lied about anything. They usually spiked on national holidays or just after big events like riots and terrorist attacks. Anytime people might feel the need to get in the streets and protest, government posters would write about positive things that the government was doing, or maybe just factual things like there is an upcoming conference. The researchers hypothesized that the goal was to distract people and dilute negative sentiment, still playing on learned helplessness and selective exposure, but just through positivity. And that might seem very scary, like, oh my god, if you thought fake news was bad, it's only the tip of the iceberg. But there might actually be some cause for optimism here. Fake news is one possible part of illicit influence campaigns. That's where bad actors use social media to try and modify people's behaviour. Illicit influence campaigns need assets, things like websites, fake social media profiles, to tame influencers. They also need things like money and time and coordination, and those things are easier to go after than just lies. People are always going to post bullshit on the internet, and there's not really a whole lot that we can do about that, but we can target illicit influence campaigns at the source. Here's an example from very recent news. Conservative influencers Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Lauren Southern, and Benny Johnson have all worked for the American production company Tenet Media. In a recent US federal indictment, Tenet's founders are accused of taking almost $10 million from the Russian government to create content that polarizes the American public and potentially subverts their election, deliberately pushing people into learned helplessness and selective exposure. Allegedly, the influencers themselves didn't even know their paychecks were coming from Putin. So here we have a real-life example of an illicit influence campaign. And fake news isn't the heart of the problem. Tim Pool and the rest have caused a lot of crap, but fact-checking them isn't going to make them stop, because they're paid not to care. And their audience probably aren't going to stop watching and sharing that kind of content either, because they've selective exposed themselves into an online community that fulfills some psychological need for them, whether the information they're sharing is true or not. Like, it's social media. Emphasis on the social. So, probably better to tackle the campaign at its source, which is what the US government is trying to do. Fake news is not the heart of the problem here. And hey, that was our first myth, so we can go and cross it off the board.
Because that maybe there's some
Man, it feels really good to bust.
Must seek
Myths.
to learn the Empress's fate.
And now on to our second. TikTok teens will save the world. Now, social media can affect some changes in society. Me Too started as a hashtag, and as a professional actor, I can tell you it has had some effects on the industry. It's a lot more common now to have an intimacy coordinator on set when shooting a sex scene, for instance, and that's good. You know, that's not nothing. Black Lives Matter started as a hashtag, and now it's an international movement in control of several $1 million worth of donations. It is possible to grow a movement online and also to fundraise from a wider group of people than you could in ye old days. Unfortunately, that also means that movements can quickly grow beyond their capacity to organise, which leads them to fizzle out or splinter. The more a movement is social media based, the less it has to answer tough questions about leadership and responsibility and delegation. Things that bind a movement together for the long run. An example might be Occupy Wall Street, which got a lot of people moving and in the streets, but didn't really stick the landing. It's easier than ever to join a social movement, but it's also easier than ever to drop out of one. And that in turn also means that it's easier for governments to just ignore large protest movements if they have a large social media component to them. I mean, yeah, you might get 250,000 people in the streets every Saturday, but as long as most of them are taking pictures of their funny signs and posting them online, they're not organising direct action. And if they are, let's just arrest them. So, did we bust? I feel like we busted. Let's call this one a partial bust. And that leaves us with our third myth: social media holds politicians accountable. Now, in the early 2010s, it was fashionable for people to say that Twitter might bring down authoritarian regimes, especially after Egyptian dictator Hosni Mubarak was ousted in the so-called Arab Spring. It was a series of popular revolts that happened in many countries that had a large social media component to it. Although these days, the idea that Twitter might be good for democracy is almost a little quaint. The new Egyptian leader was quickly replaced by a military dictatorship. China uses social media to control its population, as we saw, and Western elections are definitely vulnerable to illicit influence campaigns. You can use social media to do public humiliation. Oh, absolutely. No problemo. It's really, really good at that. You can bully politicians all day long. You can humiliate a billionaire so badly, he tanks his own businesses and gets clowned on by his own daughter. But that's not necessarily the same thing as accountability. In his book, The Unaccountability Machine, journalist Dan Davies says that accountability isn't actually a person-to-person thing at all. It's a function of the way organizations process information. As organizations become more complex, they develop ways of limiting the amount of information that flows through them, just to stop them from becoming overwhelmed by it. And that can result in outputs that no individual actually decided on, because the relevant information never crossed anybody's desk. And so there might genuinely be nobody to hold accountable. An example could be Boeing. Nobody at Boeing decided to make shit planes. They wanted to cut costs, so they outsourced key jobs and they ignored whistleblowers. I.e., they dismantled the systems that feed back information to the top. The result is a system that makes planes, even though no individual actually decided to do that. So, if Davies is right, then social media might be very limited in its capacity to deliver true accountability. It increases the amount of information out there, but that's not the same as saying that organizations actually have the structures in place to process it, which is what real accountability requires. Like, do you remember this? Yeah. Reluctantly, I have to bust. This myth. So, the impact of social media on democracy is sort of a mixed bag. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. The things that make it good are also kind of the things that make it bad. And that prompts the obvious question. Now what? Well, I have an exciting solution for you. It's called middleware. It's not actually a solution. I'm setting something up here. I'm going to pull the rug out from under you in just a moment. Middleware is a layer of software that would go in the middle of social media platforms and their users to filter content. Right now, a lot of social media platforms do their content filtering in-house. That gives them a lot of power over what kind of information users see. Middleware would outsource that content filtering to third-party companies and allow users to choose between them the same way that you choose a browser. So for example, let's say you were a big-time conservative and you were really worried about big tech censoring conservative viewpoints online. You could choose a middleware company that only showed you content and ads that aligned with your values. It would be free, and the companies would make money with a share of the ad revenue that currently goes to platforms. There are some potential privacy issues with middleware. For example, if I post nudes and your middleware company filters nudity, do they get to see my titties even though I didn't sign up to them and I didn't consent to them seeing that data? The data that is my titties? Like, presumably they have to see it in order to filter it, but do you see how that would be a problem? It also doesn't really solve the selective exposure thing. In fact, it leans into it. But in theory, middleware would take power away from big tech and stop extremist content going mainstream by hitting the front page, you know? And that could be a pretty good thing. It also wouldn't restrict anybody's free speech to post whatever they wanted. It's all right here in this lovely paper, which was written by Francis Fukuyama, the political scientist who famously said in the 90s that history was over because the Soviet Union collapsed. I guess history's not over after all. Going back at 3 a.m. for more history. But why is he writing about social media? And who's he working for? The Stanford Cyber Policy Center. Let me look these guys up. Okay.
I want to see if... Nice. Let's see.
Hi. Hi. Hey, it's skycat.live. What's
Oh no! Oh. My mic has been off all fucking... My mic's been off all day. Wow.
And the fucking managed streamers and like these, I guess, in
band?
on a very
Do no.
And I'm muted, huh? Oh, it's okay. It's only been like 3 hours. Well, I fixed it. Fucking A.
The Stanford Cyber Policy Center is a collaboration between Stanford Law School, makes sense, and the Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies. Who are they? The Freeman Spogli Institute has no political ideology, okay, but is a research and teaching hub. Okay, so they're like a think tank, kind of. founded following a $50 million donation from Freeman Spogler Company, a private equity firm specializing in middle market companies. Okay. Yeah, I wonder why those guys would be keen to fund a research paper saying that a bunch more middle market companies would be a good idea. Oh gosh, fellas, there's this whole new market of middleware companies out there created and ring-fenced by government legislation, but wouldn't you know it, somebody's got to finance it. If only a handsome private equity firm could swoop in and save the day. Illicit influence campaigns, not just a social media thing, it turns out. Is this just an influence campaign? What makes it illicit? I mean, I guess technically American companies are allowed to try and influence the American government, whereas Russians aren't. Is it only illicit when foreign countries do it? And who's Freeman Spogler? Sounds like an elderly Italian pasta maker. Oh, it's actually two guys. Bradford Freeman and Ronald Spogler, conservative businessmen. That's almost a bit disappointing, isn't it? But Ronald Spogler was made ambassador to Italy by his former college roommate, President George W. Bush. Okay. Okay. Too much information. Gotta focus. I gotta touch grass. Okay. Now, to be fair to the Frankenstein Gogglebox Institute, to the Frangipani Guggenheim, to be fair to Francis Fukuyama and all of his buddies, I'm sure that they are fine people and we can consider their ideas on the merits. In order to really understand the impact of TikTok or any social media platform on democracy, we need to think about how it fits in to the economy. Social media is an outgrowth of something called surveillance capitalism. That's the practice of spying on people and recording our behavior. Things like our browser history, our purchase histories, the contents of our emails, our location, our face expressions and voice and so on. Turning that behavior into data and using that data to predict what you will do next. This started with targeted ads. In the early 2000s, Google realized that all that data they were gathering by surveilling their users could be used to predict that you will buy a product if you are advertised to in the right way, thus making their predictions extremely valuable. How valuable, you ask? Well, obviously depends on how accurate they can be. And so surveillance capitalism's business model incentivizes spying on you and gathering as much of your data as possible. And since then, this dynamic has leaked from online into the real world too, the Internet of Things. One example might be car insurance. In theory, a car insurance company could put a tracking device in a car or maybe an app on your smartphone that monitors your driving habits. They could adjust your premiums in real time. They could even nudge you into adopting different kinds of driving behaviors. Like if you habitually drive very, 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 very fast, then they might send you an alert on your smartphone saying, oh hey, you keep driving fast, your premiums are going to go up. And so you'd slow down. After all, the surest way of predicting somebody's behavior, and therefore the most profitable way of predicting somebody's behavior, is to modify it. In this example, drivers would be kept under constant surveillance and their behavior modified so that insurance companies can make more money. And the exact same principles can be applied to politics. Because if a company can do that, a politician can do it too. That's what the Cambridge Analytica scandal was. And if a politician can do it, a whole government can do it. That's what the Chinese Communist Party are doing with social credit scores. The exact same technologies used to send me Instagram ads about productivity software and nudge me into buying shit I don't actually want can be used to subjugate an entire population. And that puts us in a very tight spot. In her book, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, sociologist Shoshana Zuboff says there's a strong anti-democratic streak to this technology. After all, nobody voted for constant surveillance and behavior modification. The companies that do it unilaterally, sometimes illegally, to the benefit of a tiny number of people. This whole thing about ticking agree to a massive terms of service that we don't actually read makes a mockery of the notion of informed consent. And actually, the whole business of surveilling people, predicting what they're going to do and modifying their behavior, erodes the model of society where free, equal people come together, decide what to do, and trust each other, seeking to replace that model with a new kind of society, where people are constantly surveilled and prodded by computers to act like computers. Predictable, coordinated, and working for someone else. There's a straight line from this kind of technology to cryptocurrency, which seeks to replace central banks and governments with the blockchain. Oh, you won't need to trust anybody anymore. We're not going to need a social contract anymore. Code is law. There's also a straight line to AI, which is largely built on taking people's data without their knowledge or consent. Zuboff says, we need legislation that gets rid of all of this pronto. And that's a pretty big ask, because some of the biggest companies in the world, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, are up to their necks in it. Not to mention a lot of security agencies post 9/11, and again, China. But if it's that or democracy, one thing is for sure. Middleware ain't gonna cut it, Francis. History is happening again, Francis. And yes, I'm aware of the irony, maybe even the hypocrisy.
I loved this video. It was extremely intelligent, and I liked it a lot. Thank you, Philosophy Tube, for the excellent conversation for my stream. I've liked and subbed to your channel.
A platform that is literally owned by Google. I don't think it's unethical to produce content, or even to watch it. My objection is the economic conditions under which that production and consumption occur, namely the part where everyone involved, you and me, is being spied on. We could still have digital connection, social media, and even YouTube without all this surveillance stuff. I mean, we did until, 2005? This isn't even me saying, ooh, capitalism, bad. We could do capitalism without this stuff. Again, we did. Surveillance capitalism arguably represents a break with free market ideology into something much more centrally controlled, and we landed here pretty much by accident. None of this was inevitable or the future or built into the technology. All of that is just marketing for tech companies. So it's kind of annoying that the big discussions we keep defaulting to when it comes to social media are free speech and fake news. Because we have much bigger fish to fry. TikTok, Facebook, smartphones, smart homes, digital assistants, e-books, face recognition, voice recognition, the Internet of Things, the Chinese Communist Party, predictive policing, most of the security state post 9/11, and Pokemon Go are all part of the same pattern, where in whole sections
your battle against the
are an illicit influence campaign, which arguably runs counter to the deepest principles of democracy itself.
your sense.
Although, maybe that's not such a bad thing.
Your battle.
At the top of the video, I described democracy as a method for gathering and processing information. And if that's all it is, then why wouldn't we replace that with computers? If we could know what everybody wants before they even know it themselves, even influence what they want, gather all the information that we need to solve the problems, then, why would we bother asking them? You got to admit, China's doing pretty good right now. Maybe we could use a little bit of what they've got going on. As research for this video, I read a lot of dark enlightenment thinkers, people like Curtis Yarvin and Michael Asimov, who want to replace democracy with words like monarchy and aristocracy and corporate dictatorship sound so old-fashioned, so we'll have to come up with something new. I don't know, we'll do some marketing, we'll workshop that. But, you know, some kind of system where the best people are in charge. You're the most technically able people instead of the mob, because democracy is so frustrating. I mean, did you know that I've lost every election I've ever voted in? And I have a first-class philosophy degree from one of the best universities in the world. I am more widely read than 99% of the population. I have lived my life as a man and as a woman, a breadth of experience that few members of the species can even imagine. And I live in England. Have you seen the people who run this place? Do you think I don't resent having to follow their rules every single day of my life?
Yes.
I could do a better job.
I do
with my
too.
eyes closed.
I agree.
Be in charge. I should be.
You should be in charge.
If people wouldn't listen to me, then I could use this kind of technology, and finally, I could make them listen.
I think you did.
That kind of thinking is becoming more and more popular, especially in the tech world, the world of surveillance capitalism. People like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, they're fishing in that pond. Surveillance capitalism's ability to subjugate people makes it attractive to authoritarians of all stripes, including religious authoritarians, people like J.D. Vance, and white supremacists, racial authoritarians. And I get the frustration with democracy, believe me. I really do get it. Part of what keeps me out of that dark place is knowing that whilst I have a lot of information in my head and I've achieved some things in my life, a lot of that was down to luck or privilege. You know, if I'd been hit by a car at 14 and I'd have to spend 2 years learning to walk again, then probably wouldn't have had time to study and get good grades and get into a good university. And I could be in an accident tomorrow. I could damage my brain and lose it all. So having more information or resources or whatever doesn't mean that I have the right to tell someone else what to do. It gives me the responsibility to use those gifts to help other people.
It does.
So,
I've always thought so.
what if democracy isn't just a way of gathering information to solve problems? What if it's meant to be a process where free, equal individuals come together and agree to be bound even though we aren't forced? Maybe it's not a system for choosing the best leader or guaranteeing the best outcome, as maddening as that is sometimes. Maybe it's meant to be a system that has maximal respect for everyone's equal humanity. And in a world where people's humanity is all too often ignored for war and profit, I think that we could do with more democracy, not less. This is the part of the video where normally I would do an ad read for Nebula, the streaming service that sponsors my content, but given the subject matter, it would feel a little bit weird to just play that straight. So what if instead we had a really frank and honest discussion about how Nebula fits into all of this, and you can make up your own mind. Let's use it as a case study. And, well, I guess if I'm doing anti-content, I might as well do an anti-ad, right? So, first of all, I should explain what Nebula is, in case any of you haven't heard of it. It's a premium streaming service that I and a bunch of other creators co-own. There's about 200 creators on there at the moment, and on Nebula we put ad-free videos, bonus videos, early access videos, and also fully produced Nebula originals, like my play, The Prince. I wrote a fiction play that we staged in London a couple years ago. We filmed it, and the film was on Nebula. Also, my movie, Dracula's Ex-Girlfriend, which I just wrote and acted in. That's just come out on Nebula too. Nebula doesn't run ads. Instead, they are funded by subscriptions, like any other streaming service. Now, I need to make sure I use absolutely precise wording here. So, here we go. When people sign up to Nebula using my link specifically, I get a cut of that subscription, and they get a discount. Now, I say that to explain how the system works, and also to
Every time I click, it goes off the screen. Every time.
Direct financial
Fucking Microsoft's so goddamn worthless.
Say that Nebula is good, so feel absolutely free to bear that in mind throughout the following. In general, Nebula try to minimize what data they do gather. If you're running a streaming service, you need people's payment information and also an email address. It wouldn't work otherwise. In order to pay the right taxes, they also need to know what jurisdiction you're in. They also need to know which link users click to sign up so they know which creators to pay and how much. So they can tell whether you sign up using my link or Lindsay Ellis's or Legal Eagles and so on. The software that actually encodes and plays the video needs to know things like what kind of device you're on and what browser you're using so that it can send the videos to you. Nebula tries to keep user data in-house as much as possible, so the video playing software itself was actually written in-house. It may also gather data on how long you're watching and general location information like what country you're in. So for example, if 1 million people in Brazil suddenly start watching Big Joel videos for hours and hours and hours, then they'd be able to see. That data is used for internal business stuff, like sharing revenue with creators based on watch time. You can turn that data gathering off in your privacy settings if you want to, and they also don't use any of that data to train AI, which I really like. In general, their AI policy is pretty good, and it should be, because as one of the co-owners of Nebula, I actually had a hand in shaping that policy, so that's pretty cool too. In order to operate the business, some of the back-end software comes from third-party companies, and Nebula shares some data with them. For example, the analytics stuff about watch time and your payments is processed by a third-party company. Another example, if someone experiences an error on the platform, Nebula may use data like what device you're watching on, what version of the app it's running, and your IP address. And they kind of have to do that in order to make it work. So, for example, if everyone in France on iPhone suddenly gets a software update and they can't use Nebula anymore, then that's kind of important information from the point of view of fixing it. The software they use for logging and tracking errors is third-party. Currently, they use a company called Sentry, which again allows them to limit how much user data they share. Yeah, I think I got that right.
This was like an 8-minute fucking commercial. And shill, too.
Yeah, all very precisely worded.
This is like literally, this was literally, I believe, the longest commercial I've ever watched in my life. This video had the longest commercial I believe I've ever watched in my life, but beyond that, fucking excellent vid. Fucking truly, actually excellent, really good vid.
When I chatted about all this with Nick, Nebula's chief product officer, he answered all my questions, and also he highlighted to me that Nebula's business model isn't based in that surveillance and prediction world. Instead, it only really works when creators get our audiences to sign up. So audience trust is the most important thing, not audience data. So whereas, say, other social media platforms might monitor what other apps you have installed on your device in order to make sure they can maximize the amount of time that you spend on their app and send you as many targeted ads as possible, Nebula doesn't need data. And so they don't. So in general, I think there's a pretty good case for saying that Nebula do a good job here. Not zero data collection, because they couldn't make it work with zero data, but they are transparent about what they do with it, and that's pretty cool of them. They also, I mean, they could have just shrugged their shoulders and said, selling people's data, that's just the industry standard now, that's how the economy works, but they didn't. So it's pretty sweet of them. I'm double checking about everything here. The legal department were just like, oh, okay, got to make sure we're very, very transparent with people. Yeah, cool, awesome. As mentioned, I have a financial incentive here, so feel absolutely free to go and double check all the policies and statements yourself. Thank you very much for watching my weird anti-content. I would like to say a massive thank you to the Philosophy Tube crew, who went along with my weird idea of doing this all in one take. If you're watching this take, this was take 4. We went back and reshot it to make absolutely sure that everything I just said about Nebula was as precise and transparent, as honest as possible. So thank you very much, everybody. And oh, hey, if you do decide to get Nebula, go watch my movie. It just came out. Tell me what you think. Let me know what you think. Thanks very much. Goodbye! Okay, I think that's it. I think we got it.
Can the devil show love? If it does, is it you? Do the angels roll? don't know. I don't know. No, I don't know.
I don't think that I can figure out where my mind is trying to go, no.
Oh, teen Seattle killed their family. That sucks.
Can I ask a question?
Hit me.
How exactly do you like your cheese?
Drippy, bro.
Moldy.
Now we're trying lunch then. Bro, I'm sorry, that's trash.
Yeah, like I like my cheese moldy, bro.
Look, all right, I know I said I was never going to talk about Lunchly again, but it is an absolute view printer, and I don't know how. There's always something more to talk about. As my father once said to me, which I'll pass down to you, the loyal viewer, I like my cheese drippy, bruh. Now, I'm sure you've all heard the most famous catchphrase from Logan Paul, I like my cheese drippy, bruh. Well, apparently, after what's happened recently, I like my cheese moldy, bruh. And I mean, to be fair, if KSI could continuously milk the Dan TDM beef for like, 2 months straight, I feel like I could at least do the same, especially after watching this latest Lunchly ad.
Okay, we'll see who moves. Okay, let's do it.
Jesus Christ, you guys are fucking shills.
So a lot has happened with Lunchly recently, from moldy packaging to KSI basically self-admitting that he was doing Nikocado Avocado's 3 steps ahead bit. Now, I do want to give these guys credit. Lunchly has not fallen off. Everyone is talking about it, and I'm pretty sure that they are making some great sales. Now, what has happened to warrant me making my... I don't know. I actually don't know how many videos I've made talking about this. I think this is my 4th one now, maybe even my 5th. I mean, I get it, okay? I'm not as rent-free as Pegasus, but it's definitely getting up there. So you might be wondering, is KSI back to yapping with his tweets? Yes. Yes, he is. Now, I've already talked about him and the Dan TDH. KSI, how'd you say his name again?
Dan, oh my god.
TDM.
Dan, TDM.
Like Team Deathmatch.
Are you guys fans of Tad? Oh my god.
I've already documented their beef in great detail, and it is, believe me, the most one-sided beef in human existence. And one of the last interactions I talked about is Dan posting this tweet saying living the dream with him and his kid, and then KSI proceeded to basically mock him by posting his cats. And then KSI proceeded to use Dan TDM's message against him on Tom Holland, of all people, Spider-Man,
Tom Holland,
a non-alcoholic beer. And I know that KSI is doing this whole bit of like, well, you applied it to me, I can apply it to any famous person that's making a product. But to be fair, with Tom Holland at least, I think he gets a pass because he's been very, very open in the past about basically being an alcoholic. He had a huge problem with drink when he was acting. He was craving it at one point. He realized that he had a problem, and he went completely teetotal. And him making this non-alcoholic beer is one of those steps to show that he's making progress.
Oh my god.
I also want to say, by the way, like, you don't have to be a previous alcoholic to launch a non-alcoholic beer.
No, you just have to be a loser. You have to be a loser. I don't want your fucking non-alcoholic beer. No. No, thank you. I'll have Canada Dry over that. Shit's got to be the worst tasting stuff in the lexicon. Non-alcoholic beer. Dear God, why? I mean, what do you even have to do to get that? Like, do you have to, like, strip the alcohol out of it? Like, what do you do? I guess you just add some flavoring? Ugh. Non-alcoholic beer. Asinine. Asinine. Fucking non-alcoholic beer. Ugh. Shit's like a shit's like a non-God fearing Christian. It's like, what? No. It's about that weird too. It's like a Christian that claims that they don't believe in God. It seems weird. Non-alcoholic beer. It's about the same logic, really. Ooh, Vital Embrace. I'll take it. What's up there? What? Season story quest. Can I go up there? Oh, I guess I can, huh? Maybe I better go get the teleportal then. Oh yeah, I was supposed to log in 11. And I'm out right now, I think, right? Oh my god, yes I am. Yeah, just go out to here.
Warp drive active.
Are you like killing me right now? Oh my god. This temp battle was epic. It kind of was epic. Me versus 5 fucking mobs. It was like, and they're all like my level. And the temp fight was epic. I did fight it. I definitely had to pop a potion. It's kind of cute how you guys wedged me in there. It's fun. Those guys are cool because they spin all crazy. If they're like running from you.
Goodness, I've been thinking.
Okay. But I think I'm actually more, well, I mean, I guess that one's on the way, so I guess I'll just go to it.
Pretty nice story behind that, and it shows that it isn't just like a shill for the sake of it. It's something that Tom himself probably deeply believes in. I also think Tom Holland's non-alcoholic beer is a much better application of a celebrity making a product. You know, you get to drink alcohol while not actually putting alcohol into your system, as opposed to Lunchly, which is just basically just processed garbage for kids. And also with Tom Holland's product, at no point is he saying, is it like the best non-alcoholic beer? It's better than the rest. It's not. He's just made one from his own personal beliefs, stuck his face on it to make some cash. Meanwhile, Lunchly is constantly promoting that it is better, stronger, faster than, you know, its competitor, Lunchables. On top of that as well, KSI posted some more videos of him doing his infamous villain laugh, thinking he's like a real anime character. Apparently as well, enjoying his downfall and making a bunch of videos laughing at the haters.
Ladies and gentlemen, think of it. Is now my 9th top 10 single. So to all the
What?
haters,
You've had 9 top 10 singles? On what? Some crappy, on what, iTunes? I don't care about that. You weren't on the radio.
So these tweets were basically KSI screenshotting a bunch of videos made about him, talking about how, you know, the downfall of KSI, a bunch of negative stuff, but then showing that he's still doing numbers, like his song, Thick of It, is number 9 in the top 10, and basically just all of his accolades. I mean, is KSI gonna have the downfall of his career? No, it's obvious he isn't. Now, out of all these like rage bait tweets, KSI did do one that was it was a bit painful. You know, like the classic situation you have where someone begs for a follow and then they realize they can actually get more clout by going after you instead. That's exactly what happened here with the Kira Won't Miss account. However, despite all of this, despite all of the hate, despite the millions and millions of videos made on KSI, KSI, surprisingly, had us all fooled. That's right, he actually came out and said that he faked all the non-stop beef towards Dan TDM, knowing that it put himself on the radar and it'd rage bait everyone to get more people to listen to his song. And he even appeared on Logan Paul's Impulsive podcast talking about this, where he's like glazed for 2 minutes straight.
I didn't know he was gonna just
what you
unveil it.
off was one of the greatest marketing strategies I've ever seen in my life.
So good.
Absolutely I messaged you on this. I said to you, this is fucking incredible.
I'll be honest here, did any of us realize that it was rage bait? I called this like 7 videos ago. It's just really obvious the entire time that he was constantly doing this to put himself on the radar, because his manager probably said to him, bro, everyone's talking about you right now, man. You gotta keep doing this. You gotta make yourself out to be the villain. Because again, KSI's kryptonite is falling off. Is no one talking about him? I really do like how like KSI and his team and that must think they're marketing geniuses, and especially like, you know, Logan Paul and his buddy on the podcast as well. But it's just like, I swear people learn reverse psychology at the age of like 9 or something. This clip of him saying he baited everyone was put on TikTok, by the way. I do like this top comment here. Yeah, I think anyone over a certain age could tell it was marketing. I mean, what KSI did with this constant hate towards Dan TDM, it basically turned into a black hole, right? Like all the 12-year-olds, they believed it. They thought KSI was the bad guy, and that's probably the main viewer demographic of people that, you know, watch his Reddit videos. But then on top of that as well, you had all the commentary channels making relentless videos on the guy. I've been incredibly guilty on this as well, because like any video I make talking about like the whole Lunchley, KSI, Logan Paul, Mr. Breast situation will do infinitely better than any other topic I talk about. So me and a bunch of other channels are also drawn to talking about this, which in turn as a side effect gets more people on KSI's radar in a bad way. I mean, I said this last video, but I think this is the perfect comparison to like why KSI was basically being the bad guy. If you're a kid at school, right, and if you hear your mates say, oh, have you heard that new KSI song? Your mates will probably, you know, hit the vape, the single disposable vape that's going to be banned in the UK soon, by the way. You know, they'll probably say, oh, KSI, I haven't watched him in a while. I watched Jinxie and Queso now, and I watch our show Speed. I haven't heard of KSI in like 5 years. But then if the same kid goes to his friend group and says, have you heard this new KSI song? It's trash, and everyone's destroying him on Twitter, then you think, okay, I'm gonna end up hate watching this. So did KSI win in this situation? I think so. I mean, in his head anyway. He got the numbers that he wanted. Obviously, he's gonna be vilified by everyone over the age of 16 on the internet, but that's not his viewer demographic, so he doesn't really mind. And then one of the worst things happened on the podcast. Logan Paul directly said that he was taking notes.
That's another note I took from you.
Yeah.
When you kind of play into that negativity and fuel that fire that eventually only helps you.
Yeah.
I also like how Logan says he was genuinely worried for KSI. It's like, again, bro, like, if you're over the age of 7, you would have seen straight through this. I remember seeing, like, KSI appearing on Aiden Ross's stream and, you know, freaking out and getting angry and doing the same thing with our show Speed. It's so obvious that he hit these guys up beforehand and said, okay, you're going to play it on stream. Can I get a reaction? And then he just gives like the worst reaction possible. I'm not sure whether he actually set it up as like an actual stage thing or not, because obviously if KSI sent a DM saying, I'm gonna fake being angry, this will be so funny, that'll probably be leaked and used against him later. So he's probably a little bit too smart to do that at least. But again, if you're calling up people like iShowSpeed and Aiden Ross to listen to your song, like they are clip farming gods in themselves. So it's obvious that you were gonna join in on that. So this goes to show we have transcended clip farming on streaming and TikTok, and now it has actually entered the real world. But I think as well, not to be like a moral crusader like Left Funny White Knight, but also he was harassing Dan TDM for like weeks on end, basically to promote his song. And keep in mind, Dan made one tweet and then basically never mentioned it ever again. Meanwhile, KSI was just like dogpiling the guy over and over and over. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't really seem like Dan cares. He was just doing his own thing anyway. But yeah, there's something very weird about that. Now, besides that, on the podcast, they talked about some other weird topics as well. Like, for example, KSI saying that he used to have a crush on Rosanna Pansino, to which then Rosanna tweeted the clip with a kiss emoji. By the way, if you don't know who Rosanna is, she's basically one of Mr. Beast's biggest critics. She recently did a video like reviewing Lunchley's, which we will get into later, saying that Lunchley's the bad guy, and also more importantly, Logan Paul's feud with Tommy Innit on Twitter. So surprisingly, with the feud with Tommy Innit, which Tommy Innit absolutely bodied Logan Paul, Logan basically admitted like, yeah, I messed up and I've learned from the error of my ways. And then after that does a pouty face. Jesus Christ. The thing is with like people like Logan Paul and KSI, they're marketers, right? They're into marketing massively. And I feel like the only reason why Logan is actually admitting fault is because he lost. Because Logan is this weird entity where he's involved in like so many businesses. The guy is a multi-millionaire. He is incredibly rich, incredibly powerful, but weirdly enough, he doesn't actually get that much pull on specific social medias. On TikTok, he does insane numbers. Instagram, the same thing there. But then when it comes to Twitter and on YouTube, the guy basically has no pull there. His fan base is very differently divided. And when Logan was arguing with Tommy on Twitter, that wasn't his home turf. That wasn't Instagram. So he lost and got ratioed over and over and over. Meanwhile, Tommy Innit blew up during lockdown, and all the Minecraft kids, or the stans, they use Twitter, and a lot of them have grown up with him. So Twitter is Tommy's home turf. That's why he won. Now, one bit of credit I do want to give these guys, even though this podcast is the most out of touch thing imaginable. They make a very good point during the podcast that there are other YouTubers that are promoting even more unhealthy foods and snacks to kids. Like, for example, Ryan Trahan. He is seen as like the wholesome Chungus Reddit gold, basically Mr. Beast creator. Like, he can do no wrong. But he's also promoting a gummy sweet that he made, which, to be fair, probably has less nutrition than a Lunchley. Or people like Carson out there doing a collab with McDonald's, and McDonald's isn't exactly that healthy. I mean, to be fair, like, you're asking me, would I rather live on the Kai Cenat meal or a Lunchley? The McDonald's collab would probably give me diabetes faster, but at least there'd be some kind of moisture there. So, it is time to address the moldy elephant in the room. So I'm sure you've seen in various videos and TikToks, some of the Lunchleys that have been sent out to kids have mold in them. This seems to be more specifically the pizza meals. Now, before I get into this, I do need to give KSI, Mr. Beast, and Logan Paul some credit. They are not the first people to make food that has mold in them. Many supermarkets that put out tons and tons of processed, pre-packaged foods occasionally have mold in them, and it can be worse. It can have, like, you know, cockroaches, dead rats. But does that give them an excuse? No. I mean, it's obvious from day one that Lunchley is just an absolute cash grab. But I'm not sure how this happened, how every single planet in our solar system aligned at once, because one of these moldy Lunchley packages actually fell into the hands of Rosanna Pansino. Now, I can't help but laugh at this because I think Rosanna is probably one of the biggest Mr. Beast renters in the entire world. So this has to be like a divine intervention or like an act of karma or something, that like one of your biggest critics actually manages to get their hands on a moldy Lunchley. What's even funnier as well is the fact that Rosanna apparently got hold of this package totally by accident. You know, she wasn't going through hundreds of packages to find one.
It's
that
like
was
a sign,
moldy to
divine
make the
sign
argument.
of God.
It was basically the first one she bought off a shelf, and recently she's been doing a lot of videos being critical of Mr. Beast. And in this video, she wanted to do a genuine taste test of the Lunchleys, comparing them to the brand they're trying to, you know, copy, Lunchables. She wasn't the only one to taste test it though. She had Dogpack404, who has also made videos being incredibly critical of Mr. Beast, and Jake Weddle, someone that was in a Mr. Beast video and mistreated to the point that Mr. Beast actually reached out to him to, you know, offer condolences and to pay him money. So throughout the video, Rosanna talks about various alternatives that kids can have for lunch that are healthier, and also surprisingly compliments Lunchley's nacho cheese for actually being healthier than the Lunchables version. And then we got to the point where she opened the pizza meal, and despite having a sell-by date of December this year, it had quite a decent amount of mold on it.
This is molded. That's mold. This is not safe. Especially like kids that are so young, they may not know what mold looks like, so they might just eat it. I saw a picture circulating about mold, but I didn't know if it was fake or, you know, I just had heard about it, but this is real, you guys. And there's mold. I think it's a packaging issue. The sealant here feels really cheap.
And I do want to say, by the way, this is not an isolated case. There have been many people on Twitter and even streamers documenting that their Lunchleys, when they bought them, had mold inside.
Oh no! Gross! What?
No, chat, there's actually mold. That's 100% mold.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. Oh no, do you see it right there?
You even have this tweet with a sign put on the fridge saying, due to public health concerns, the FDA has recalled lunch.
I was hungry till a second ago. Jesus Christ.
As soon as deemed fit for consumption and shipped through our warehouses. We apologize for the inconvenience. Also, the biggest competitor to Pyro Live, Dolan Darkest, actually did a video reviewing Lunchleys.
This is just a piece of cheese. No mold inside, so
We're looking good on that front.
Now, there are some things I want to go over. So that tweet I just read with the sign on the fridge, there is no way to prove that's real. And as we know, renting Mr. Beast right now is the fastest way to get any kind of traction or interaction or views. And also in the past, Lunchables have probably been found to have mold on them. And I feel like Lunchly is getting more hate because it has Mr. Beast's face attached to it. It's someone relatable. It's someone that you watch, someone that you see. It's not some big faceless company with a CEO of some old white guy in glasses that you've never heard the name of before. Does that make it okay? No. Do I think Mr. Beast should be criticized? Yes, 100%. The new meta right now for monolithically sized YouTubers is to make a product that people eat. I mean, that's been a thing for ages. You've got G Fuel, Gamer Subs, all like the energy.
God damn it, I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat. Mold or no mold. I'm eating today. Am I running somewhere stupid? I'm in town, right? Stop making that noise. Damn it. Yes, we are here to buy meds, X potions. Oh, those are scarce, huh? I don't know. X potion is good though to get me out of the problem. 5,000. What about 4,000? Would you do 4,000? Okay. We're gonna start stacking meds because I want to be out there for a while, and I realize that the loot really doesn't matter. I'll naturally get to this point where I have more inventory. It's just not right now. Yeah. What else can I do? I don't think there's anything else I can do that's worth it. No, there's. Oh yeah, maybe there's no hyper potions or anything. Antidotes are popular. Blinding potions, deodorizers, echo drops, eye drops. But and I'll buy that stuff, yeah, and I'll use them to get stuff off of me. But I mean, mainly, yeah, the X potions and then food. I need a new. Food is expensive. I'll have to farm. Okay, a jack-o'-lantern, 2 of them. And then in drinks, oh, this makes me even more hungry. I want Persico's Olay. This is Orange Olay, I think. 4,500. God damn it, man, you're killing me. Please, cheaper. No. 4,500 for Persicos. 4,500 for Persicos. I want to take 3 with me. Who cares about the items? I don't care about them. I don't care about my inventory being full. I don't care about that. Yeah, and then like I have room for 3 things, which I guess, you know, could be something. Yeah, I could keep like a certain thing. Grain seeds are the only thing that are worth anything out there. Now we go walking. Oh no, maybe I can teleport out now that I'm 18. Can I? No, they won't let me. It's higher. It's 20. That's okay. I like the gameplay. It's fun. Okay, gotta make sure this doesn't log me off. Got my pen charged, which is good. I will finish my salad from yesterday. I'll be right back. Do I have a fork over there? Some water damage. drink. Yes, I do. Gonna make this video big.
Drink brands and stuff, that's always been a thing, but now only recently in the past couple of years YouTubers are moving into the actual food market, not just drinks. There was also a streamer as well that found like a totally pre-packaged lunchly. It was the pizza meal again, and that also had mold on it. Now I did look into that image on the fridge door a little bit more, and officially the FDA has not recalled lunchly at all, but hopefully, and this is a big hopefully, Lunchly realized themselves how bad the product is and then chose to actually recall it from grocers themselves. I don't want to get all like meta-narrative or anything, but I think this is like, we're living in quite a scary time where YouTubers and content creators are caring less and less about their audience. I mean, you know, 5 years ago up until now, we had YouTubers shilling sponsors, right? Like, you know, NordVPN, Raycons, Athletic Greens, Raid Shadow Legends, and that was the worst of it, right? That's like, oh, they're shilling a product they don't care about to get like, you know, a 50k bag. Oh, they're really bad people. And that was pretty much the extent of it. But we're now entering a new stage where YouTubers are making their own products, and they have for a while. You know, you've had some practical ones, you know, you've had YouTubers selling books and stuff like that. But again, only recently we're seeing this wave of YouTubers creating products that they're ingesting. Companies like GamerSupps and that, I feel like it's such a huge team that there's actually been some kind of R&D there, some kind of research, because GamerSupps is a company that YouTubers have shares in. I don't have any shares in GamerSupps, by the way. I just want to go on the record and say that. All I did for them basically was sell like a chubby waifu gamer cup, and then I asked if we could sell another one that's even bigger, and they called me mentally ill. But Lunchly and these new wave of products, like for example with FaZe Rug and his candy, Ryan Trahan and his candy, there's probably been a lot less like actual research and R&D into that. I mean, they're FDA approved, definitely, like they're legal to sell. But the point I'm trying to make is we're going to see this new wave of YouTubers that are selling you garbage that makes them more money, and that's fine if it's something outside like a little figurine or a model or a U2's, but this is stuff we're putting into our body. Now Rosanna also posted a Twitter video of her showing the Lunchly that she bought that was covered in mold, but then shortly after that Newsweek actually published an article, and this was a source close to, you know, Logan Paul, KSI, Mr. Beast, basically batting back at Rosanna saying, consider the context and the source. Consider the context and the source. What does that mean? I don't know. I've got like the Elder Scrolls Moth Priests looking at that for like 3 weeks. We can't decipher it. From what I gather though, I think they're basically trying to say, ignore Rosanna. She's a renter. She's had a grudge for a long time. But with that being said, there have also been numerous examples of other people not linked to Rosanna in any way also finding mold in Lunchly. So what I think they're trying to do is disregard Rosanna's claim, saying that she's like a bad faith actor. You know, she went to the groceries and she bought 50,000 Lunchlys, hopefully finding that one of them had mold in them, or, you know, bought like a spray paint bottle and like painted it blue to make them look bad. But even if that was the case, which it isn't, other people have still found mold in their Lunchly. There is no way that every single person that is screenshotted having mold in their Lunchly are lying. Could some of them be lying for clout? Possibly, that's always a possibility, but there's no way that every single person that has documented them finding mold in their food are lying for clout. And then Rosanna put out her own tweet as well, basically just blown away by such a PR response, ending the tweet by saying, is this their mysterious spokesperson who always downplays serious allegations on Jimmy's behalf? I don't understand this attempt to gaslight someone who got mold in your product. And then on top of that as well, they're treating it so seriously, saying that Rosanna is like, well, implying that Rosanna is a dishonest person. But then like you've got the boys on the podcast making jokes saying, I like my cheese moldy.
Yeah, like I like my cheese moldy, bro.
Now, it'd be nice to see like a joint statement or something, but honestly, do they need to? Probably not. The people that consume Lunchly are probably younger than the majority of people that listen to Thick of It and actually enjoyed it unironically. I mean, the funniest way to conclude this video is Dan TDM was actually right all along, because in his initial tweet quoting the Lunchly, he basically said that they're selling crap to kids. And it's true, you're selling stuff that has mold in it. But then at the same time, Dan is the bad guy because apparently all YouTubers are supposed to band together when making a product. I never understood that logic as well. It's like, yo, I'm so happy for you, person that I'm not friends with, who's making millions of dollars selling a crappy product. Woo! Go you! You're making YouTubers look so good. Now, one thing I really wanted to do in this video is look at the sales of Lunchly. I can't find anything anywhere because I feel that this could be a scenario that could actually hurt Lunchly, or maybe, you know, we're all just crying about it, saying how bad the product is, but it could still be selling millions of units. Will it sell as much as Prime at its peak? I don't think so. I think a drink on the go that you buy from a fridge is going to be much more accessible to everyone than an actual pre-packaged meal that's basically only really going to apply to children. I mean, to be fair, the Lunchly marketing team are probably scrambling right now. They're either going to come back with the Hawk Tour girl or that little Rizzler kid. But yeah, again, I do want to round off the video. Like, I think we're reaching a stage where YouTubers are just going to care less about quality of what they're selling to people, which in and of itself is a pretty terrifying concept. But also, to be devil's advocate, I do think KSI, Logan, and Mr. Breast are getting more hate because they're like the face of the company, as opposed to, like I said, with Lunchables, just some faceless CEO people. But also at the same time, would anyone be buying Lunchly if it wasn't shilled by these creators? No, definitely not. It's the exact same as Prime. We're now entering a stage where you're not buying products for its nutritional value or because it's reliable, but because your 3-year-old son watched a YouTuber shill it in a video. And that to me is definitely weird. So what's my conclusion? I don't know, just go watch Dolan Darkest review Lunchly. He was very honest about the whole situation.
What the fuck is that? Is that Prime?
I love this outro. It's like the best thing on the internet. I love this song.
Drip versus stick. I like my cheese drippy,
I like my cheesy drippy, bro. Wow, you just fired off some random thing from 3 weeks ago, huh? Yeah, we watched this one already, too. Let's do this one. Anti-woke gamers being shallow man babies. How good could this possibly be? I don't know. But it's somebody I've never seen before.
Harley by making her walk like a normal person. Women do not walk like this.
DEI ensures less competent employees will be hired on for the job.
That's not true. Like seeing a workforce that is more racially diverse and assuming that the people of color aren't as highly skilled as the white people, that's just racism. Doing that for gender, that's just sexism. Hello lovely people, my name is Emma. Welcome back to my channel. Welcome if you are new. It's all too woke nowadays, say some people. We've covered various members of the anti-woke brigade on this channel before, so for some of you this will not be a new phenomenon. But it is definitely getting more widespread. First of all, what the heck is woke? I awoke this morning. I made myself a proper cup of coffee in a proper cup of coffee pot. It is one of many words that has been sort of adopted.
My personal definition of woke. You wake up one day and you realize that government doesn't love you anymore. Doesn't care if you live or die. And what to do now. I know my definition is wrong. But there it is.
Adopted more recently by
Maybe I should finish the thought. I will finish the thought. Having this definition causes you to think so zero-sum that you realize you need the entirety of the public's sanction in order to reform said government. This makes you all-inclusive, civilly disobedient, anti-racist, anti-ism, anti-anything that takes you further away anti-bigot. It's hard to write this stuff live, but I mean, I wrote it. To all races, sexes, orientations, classes, anything done under the sun. You never wish to upset them again, because you need them. It makes you civilly disobedient, anti-racist, anti-ism, anti-bigot, anything that takes you further away from the unity that you know in your heart you'll need to get what you want. Safety from the government because you made it honest again. Justice and equality for all. These idiots seem to think it's some. These idiots seem to think it's. Not right-wing losers. I left it out, though, because they can come along, too, if they leave me alone. They can come along, too. Huh, I wish. To me, government is genocide fuel. That's all it is. Until I come along. Until I change it. To me, the American government is genocide fuel. So is Israel, Russia, China. Every government on the fucking planet is genocide fuel until they listen to me. I'm going to say that too. I'm prejudiced against all racists. I love this cheesy ass shit. I'm gonna leave out that part. I love being woke.
right-wing conservatism, largely, as with much language that pervades kind of online discourse in particular, the word has kind of been adopted and manipulated by those who are anti the thing, anti-woke. It is not the people that created the term, it is not the people that are most frequently using the term to describe themselves or a particularly good position. It is the people who hate those people that have adopted the term.
Yeah, the people that hate me define who I am. It's so fun. Thanks. Worthless piece of shit bigots.
Woke is an
Dumb and short-sighted as usual.
Originally meaning alertness to racial prejudice and discrimination. That was its original meaning. Very few people, basically nobody but the out-and-out proud racists, would probably have a problem with that, according to the internet. It was in the early 2010s when it started to be adopted for sort of broader usage, describing awareness of social inequalities such as racial injustice, sexism, and denial of LGBT rights. Again, I think it's going to be all but a very few out and proud bigots who we don't really care about, to be honest, are anti-woke in the sense of being actually against that original meaning and that general meaning. In the current, again, more right-leaning conservative slang, it is generally accepted to describe something that prioritizes diversity and inclusivity over, say, quality. Hiring women and people of colour instead of the best person for the job, that sort of thing. It's what they kind of mean by woke when they say it. For anybody out there who is watching this feeling that they're a normal person, they're not racist.
Normal? No.
But they do feel like it's all a bit...
I'm normal in that I'm not racist or homophobic, yeah.
Woke out there,
But normal? No.
I would encourage you to consider, just sit on the fact for a minute, that the majority of the mainstream biggest proponents of anti-wokeism are racist, sexist, homophobic, etc. Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, basically anybody involved with the Daily Wire, Neagle Feagle, and anybody involved with GB News. Just sit with the fact for a minute that this conversation around wokeism gone mad is potentially using moderate people who feel the effects of a reduction of privilege, that those anti-woke proponents are potentially using those average would-be normal non-hateful people as part of a hateful agenda of racism and bigotry. I just want you to sit with that for a minute and just let the awareness exist. Because the term woke has been adopted to mean something different in all of this shocking clickbait material, etc., and it's become so widespread, it is very possible that you can consider yourself anti-woke, a lot like people consider themselves anti-feminists who actually are feminists in terms of ideals, who actually agree in equality of rights regardless of gender, for example, would actually not necessarily be anti-woke if you look at what the actual meaning of woke is. I would just try and sit with the fact that there are people trying to manipulate and radicalize a moderate audience, and this is a great way to do it. What I want to do is look at some anti-woke videos, because this has become so mainstream, so widespread, that YouTube has become this, dare I say, cesspool of toxic, nonsensical conversation.
Yeah, I've been banning. Well, I've not been banning them. I've been kicking them off my channel.
I mean, you've got there are Brett Coopers.
The minute they brandish a gun or they have some fucking piece of shit attitude about Israel or Palestine, or the minute that they're like, then they don't support a rape victim or something like that, or they say something really terrible, I'm just like, nope, gone, bye forever, sorry, gone. Like the minute, like I've kicked several of my favorite streamers off my channel this year, Asmongold, Oompaville, Tom Dark, just kick them off my channel because I see them engaging in this weird, toxic male, right-wing conservative, fucking weird anti-woke culture, which to me is essentially just a Nazi. Why bother saying all those words? I would just say Nazi. To me, it's a Nazi. It's the things we were raised to grow up to hate, People who are intolerant. People who dislike Jews. People who dislike black people. Nazis! What's the fucking difference? Who cares what your definition is? Fascist! Whatever. Conservative. All the same thing.
There are Blair Whites out there, but they are the minority.
I'm kidding, by the way. I'm kidding when I say the conservative thing. Not all conservatives are Nazis. I have known many good conservative people in this country. It's fine. I love them, and I say this to kid, Every time they send one of my friends to war or whatever, we get to take a cheap shot at how you're a fucking fascist. That's just how life works. Every time one of my friends or my family dies in a fucking war or something like that, even if it's a drug war, I think, oh, well, yeah, the price is we get to take a shot at how you're a fucking fascist. Piece of shit conservative fascist. I'll take my shot. I've known people who died in this goddamn drug war. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you, I'll take my shot. I've seen some of the best minds of my generation destroyed by the war on drugs. I've dated some of them.
Majority of the anti-woke crowd that is largely men, seeing a brilliant opportunity to either be angry or pretend to be angry anytime some mainstream media comes
inclusive
out with
message.
the main
Every
character
time there's an
being a
inclusive
person of
message,
colour
rah rah.
or a woman. Or
Oh my god, it's an inclusive message. Rabble, rabble, rabble.
I just typed the word woke into YouTube and selected like within the last month, and the choices are so many. The options are limitless. I would just recommend, because I was very inspired by a D'Angelo Wallace video recently, in which he used a new YouTube account and wiped his search history, and he was trying to see how many clicks it would take to get into anti-woke content, and it was like 2. Just from like mainstream movie stuff. I think he was looking at DC movie stuff. It's very good, but that kind of inspired me to take a look at the more general anti-woke discourse, to have a break from, you know, the Ben Shapiro's and the Matt Walshes, who are playing to a large audience that expects a certain opinion of them. So we're looking at the anti-woke masses today. But do check out that D'Angelo Wallace video. You probably already subscribed to D'Angelo, he's much more famous than me. Also, learned from watching something of his recently, frequently misgendered. So if you appreciate me as a handsome lady who is frequently misgendered, there's a pretty man for you to go and follow. Without further ado, November Hotels, yes, woke video games are bad games.
Over the last few years, it feels like the gaming industry has been declining rapidly, and the threats are coming from all angles. On this channel, we've talked about many of the reasons for this decline, from overinflated budgets to awful monetization, bland and repetitive gameplay designs, a focus on graphics over gameplay.
I agree with all of these points. So far, me and November Hotel are on the same wavelength. I don't know if I would say there's an overall decline. Again, if you're not a gamer, don't even worry. If there's anything that you don't understand, if there's anything that seems like it wouldn't be clear to a non-hashtag gamer girl like me, I will explain it. I don't think that games have been in the decline. I think that AAA games are more heavily scrutinized, and we're pushing back against things like over-monetization and prioritizing graphics over gameplay and stuff like that, and especially releasing unfinished games early and inflated budgets and all this sort of thing. I largely agree with that, but the space for indie developers and stuff has skyrocketed. If you're willing to just try something that isn't bland mainstream AAA studio, the gaming industry has exploded with choices over the last few years. There's some incredible stuff out there. There's some incredible stuff made by like solo indie devs. It's amazing out there. There's some really phenomenal, life-changing games that have come out in the last few years. That's just my opinion on games in general. So far, we're on the same wavelength when it comes to like AAA titles.
Myriad of glitches and buggy releases.
Agreed.
All of these are legitimate reasons why quality has declined in modern games, but not talked about nearly enough on my channel is one of the biggest and most critical reasons as to why modern games are failing.
I was just about to say, hold on a second, when he said, one of the things that is not talked about enough on my channel, because if there is one thing that is overly talked about, it is how games are too woke nowadays. I feel like Gamergate really fucked up game responses and reactions, and just like amateur games journalism were just absolutely... Gamergate, if you're not familiar, I won't go into it in massive detail, but it was a sort of a period of intense harassment of specific female journalists. It was a very misogynistic movement that, again, is the sort of thing that had a legitimate origin, a legitimate complaint, although I believe it was misinformation, again, that sparked the biggest controversies. But there were legitimate complaints about maybe some games journalists being too cozy, receiving too much from game studios to be able to give fair and accurate representations. There was one specific story about a games journalist woman, which wasn't totally true, and was incredibly sexist, and that sparked a movement of gamer bros that are very anti-woke to just be insanely harassing and misogynistic. And I feel like that whole period was a real turning point where people either went, oh man, that some gaming stuff, like some of the gaming community really is misogynistic and
Really is shitty.
Yep.
Like Rust players.
And a lot of people went, yeah, I do hate women. They're ruining my
I didn't ever meet a woke person on Rust. Not a single one. I don't even think Lucky was. I don't even think Lucky was woke. I would say I don't think I ever met a woke person on Rust. That place was asleep.
In fact,
I'm dead serious. Like, I met a lot of people on fucking Rust, and I don't think I met a single fucking liberal. That place is completely asleep. I'm talking way back, 1950s, something like that. Yeah, I would say, yep, they're still so asleep. They've been asleep for 77 years or something like that. And yeah, Rust was full of it. Rust was full of people like that. It blew my mind when I was like my first clan, right? There was 7 people, and I think maybe one. Well, my friend Patrick might be woke. I have no idea. Maybe he isn't. I don't know. But everybody there was like, oh yeah, I'm voting for Trump. But I was like, wait, you're all voting for Trump? I just assumed it was like gamers were more intelligent than that, you know? And they were like, yeah, we're all voting for Trump. We're from Hit Country, Pennsylvania. We're gonna vote for Trump. And I was like, oh, okay. The clan lead was a furry, and he was voting Trump, and I was like, that's like being a Nazi for Hitler. And I immediately told him, I was like, you know, guys, let's just never speak about this again. And they were like, you're not voting for Trump? And I was like, no. I believe in freedom and this pursuit of happiness. You know, I mean, I think if he wins the presidency, it'll be fine. His 4 years was fine. I mean, we had COVID, I guess, so I guess we could expect a disaster of COVID, you know, COVID of COVID magnitude. But that's, I mean, we're used to that. We're like used to that now. We're used to disasters all the time. So I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's hard to say. But and so then I was like, well, okay, I'll kind of like hang out in this community and stuff. But so many of them bother me. And so many of the things they say bother me, and so many of the ways that they treat each other bother me, and the things that they do. Dude, I don't want this guy to die, so I'll just help him. Yeah, help him out with this shit. This shit and give you a few heals. Oh, is he flagged? No, he's just a different... I guess I can't help him if he's not faction, I guess. I don't know, I at least tried.
Sad as it is, many gamers have become more tolerant and accepting of these problems over here, and they aren't as vocal about bad monetization or buggy releases these days. They've become too tolerant of these issues, in my opinion, to the point where it doesn't really impact sales like it used to.
Again, when it comes to like AAA titles and these massive studios that don't properly compensate their staff, studios where the environment is very unhealthy, I completely agree. There doesn't seem to always be, sometimes there is a sales dip for a company that has like a bad microtransaction built into its service, and sometimes the backlash is enough to make them change it, and that's good, but there often isn't nearly enough backlash, and we've kind of accepted this as a norm of AAA games. I'm waiting for the woke news.
Instead, the biggest deterrent for modern gamers is game studios and publishers' disgusting focus on creating games for the non-existent modern audience.
The non-existent modern audience. Women don't play games. That's so. What an interesting word. The non-existent modern audience.
In other words, the obsession with creating woke video games.
Look at this. It's like, look, see, in this you're playing a woman of color. Isn't that fucking mental? Women of color don't play games. I literally follow some groups of specifically black female gamers who exist because of this perception that women of color don't play games, and the abuse that they face online, especially in online gaming. Like,
How many examples in 2024 alone do we have of that being the reality? Conquered, Flintlock, Suicide.
Alright, hold on. A Suicide Squad? But that's based on the movie. Is it because Harley Quinn's a main character and she's a woman? Is it because you get to play as a shark? Well, hold on, go back. I need to look up the other games. What's Concord? It was a multiplayer first-person hero shooter. It was a failed FPS that shut down and might be making a comeback according to Google. I'm gonna have to type in Concord woke. This is gonna ruin my search history. What's woke about it? Steam community, can someone explain why people say this game was woke? Thank you.
Because all the stars are like weird.
Pronouns. Black trans character. So the game had pronouns in it? People are so fucking weird. He hasn't explained about this modern audience thing. I'm still really confused about this fake modern audience. Oh, Flintlock. Let's just have a quick look at Flintlock. See what's woke about that. Flintlock woke. I'm really typing in all these things. It's got a queer character. I think it has a queer character. We exist. We're real. We play games. We're not a fake audience. I've literally played video games my entire life. Well, not when I was a baby. I couldn't even lift my head when I was a baby. You gotta forgive me.
My throne's stolen. I sailed.
And the ones yet to release.
Star Wars Outlaws. That had a protagonist who's a woman of color. It's so like, you know that the cartoon that's the bird that's like, I am angry and we are not about me. That's literally anti-woke men on YouTube. The protagonist isn't a white man. I don't even have to say anything, right? You all understand why that's wrong. I'm the main character. Anti-woke YouTubers all have main character syndrome. New theory. You know what's not woke? Tasty cereal. Today's video is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon make delicious cereal and treat bars for a variety of diets. The cereal is high protein, no sugar, great for carb-conscious diets. The cereal has 13 to 14 grams of protein, 0 grams of sugar, and 4 to 5 grams of net carbs in each serving. The treats have 11 to 12 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and 1 to 2 grams of net carbs. It's such good on-the-go fuel, the treat bars. I love so much that they're actually filling and a good source of protein because they're really tasty. So if they weren't filling, I'd probably eat too many of them, but they actually fill me up really well as a snack, which is brilliant. Plus the cereal comes in all these really fun, tasty flavors that aren't just sugar monstrosities. I'm eating birthday cake cereal right now. That's crazy. Use my code EmmaThorne, scan the QR code, click the link down below, get $5 off your Magic Spoon cereal or treats today. You can also find Magic Spoon on Amazon or in your nearest grocery store. Magic Spoon is so confident in their product, they come with a 100% happiness guarantee. So if you don't like it for any reason, they will refund your money, no questions asked. Click the link in the description to go to magicspoon.com/EmmaThorne for $5 off. Thank you very much for listening, and to Magic Spoon for sponsoring this video.
Release are already looking like they're going to be flops, like Assassin's Creed Shadows, Dragon Age Veilguard.
Assassin's Creed Shadows. Oh, that's a brilliant example. Oh, shut up. Dragon Age Veilguard better be good or I'm gonna fucking riot. You know, all the Dragon Age games let you be gay. I've got to talk to you about this anti-woke controversy because it's so fucking stupid that it's a great example of the fact that this is all built around knee-jerk reactions that people have when they see something that is not representing them. White men are not the majority in this game. So the thing with Assassin's Creed Shadows, a lot of the more recent Assassin's Creed games have had you play as multiple protagonists, and play as 2 different protagonists, or choose between them. One of them is a samurai known as Yasuke, who is black. They're making the samurais gay! I mean black! So the anti-woke crowd immediately got all up in arms about how you're literally changing history to make it woke. Man's literally a real historical figure. I mean, there's a discussion around whether that matters anyway in what is ostensibly a sci-fi series. But if you are simply an advocate for historical accuracy for whatever reason, that character is absolutely historical accurate.
God, this game looks good.
Accurate. So people got super angry, super worked up. Super worked up, am I right?
Frame rate's good.
People got super angry, super worked up about the game featuring a character that is a real historical figure because he's black.
And the Indiana Jones game.
Wait, the Indiana Jones game? I hope that's good too. That's another one that I really hope is good. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Not a great title, but the Indiana Jones films don't have particularly great titles, if I'm being perfectly honest. Okay, so when I look this up, most people are saying, oh great, people are even saying this is woke, which is ridiculous. This is ludicrous. So the fact that, what's his name? November Hotel is unironically being like, this Indiana Jones game featuring this well-known white male protagonist is so woke, it's ruining everything, is very bizarre. Most people seem to be angry that it's in first person. I think it looks really cool and I'm really excited, but then, you know, I'm an idiot. Why are people, I don't even know why people are saying that's woke. I can't even find it when I search it, so God knows where the bar is.
Now, I think it's important to note that a lot of these games are usually objectively bad or average games with or without the wokeness in them, but a company that prioritizes DEI and ESG scorecards...
Okay. We're gonna have to go back to glossary corner, I'm afraid. I would say this is coded language. Much like woke is kind of coded language now for people who are generally just sort of sexist and racist. DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Again, the sort of thing when a normal person just hears that, they wouldn't have a problem with it. What's wrong with equality? Why are you angry about equality? You know? ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. ESG is a weird one that's being adopted more because as I understood it, it was more about being sort of environmentally conscious as well as socially conscious when you're investing and things like that. So it's a little bit strange to bring that in to the woke conversation. But again, it's just more words for woke, basically. It means it's very bad and terrible for studios to focus on diversity and inclusivity. Is what is being said here. Literally what is being said here. This is what gets me always with this conversation, especially again in the hiring and the workplace and that sort of thing, is the idea that no, it should be the best person for the job. And I wonder why they have this instinctive reaction that the best person for the job couldn't be somebody who isn't a straight white man. They've put these characters in for the sake of wokeness. A woman of colour can't be a complex and interesting character to play. She's just there as a symbol of wokeness. You know what I mean? There's something really, well, just bigoted and horrible about that sort of perspective. Like, I just don't get it. I just don't get how you can be so sort of openly horrible, I guess.
Will almost always create a mediocre product. DEI ensures less competent employees will be hired on for the job.
That's not true. Just because a company is not prioritizing straight white men doesn't mean that they will be hiring people less competent. This is so upsetting, and I come from a male-dominated industry, right? I worked in VFX. Very male-dominated, especially in the senior roles. Part of it is in training and education, right? Without knowing that they can be in these industries, without seeing women in these industries to look up to, it's harder for young women, it's harder to encourage young women into those industries in the first place to become competent. But the problem is that there are all of these women, queer people, people of colour, who are highly trained, talented professionals that don't get opportunities that are given by default to people with a certain level of privilege. The idea that the straight white men of a certain age are all the ones that are competent and have worked hard over the years, and that if a company employs like an even gender split, then those women were all chosen just for being women and they're going to be incompetent and not talented. Like, excuse me, why would you assume that a diverse workforce is less, that's just being racist and sexist etc. Like seeing a workforce that is more racially diverse and assuming that the people of color
Ooh, life
aren't
staff.
as highly skilled as the white people, that's just racism. Doing that for gender, that's just sexism. It's gross, dude. The problem with a lot of these industries in terms of getting employment is that there are way more qualified people than jobs. And the problem that diversity and inclusivity hopes to solve
God damn it.
is the majority of those jobs going to people of certain races and etc. It's not that there's all of these competent white people and then we've got to hire some black people who don't know what they're doing. Like, that's insane. We've had to hire this Asian woman who doesn't know what she's doing just for the diversity points. Of course not. You've got a huge pool of talented people who have the qualifications, who have the skills, who have the background. DEI equals incompetence is just pure bigotry. It's just racist. It's just sexist. There is no other way of looking at that. It's crazy. So this is just factually wrong, and I'm gonna guess that it doesn't come from any kind of looking at studies, looking at industry breakdowns, looking at who the employees of these companies that make these bad games actually are. The reason that games are bad most of the time is because of investors, production companies, etc. It's a top-down thing. We need to make money, so we need to release by this date, but we also want to save money, so we're not going to hire people. It's not the fact that companies hire women that makes games bad because women don't know how to.
Damn it.
That is just crazy.
And ESG funding means more time will be spent on hitting the woke criteria throughout every aspect of the game.
Why would hitting woke points, aka why would including people of color and you know, queer relationships and stuff, what's that taking time away from? That's just so bizarre. That doesn't mean anything. Like, oh, we were going to improve the gameplay, but instead we put two men kissing. That's not what's happening. That's not real. Fuck, dude, this is actually kind of upsetting.
In other words, woke ideologies are the priority of development. Taking
Sure. A citation needed. November Hotel says it, and he's a man on the internet, so I believe him.
precedent over game design in its traditional sense. Let's just take a look at a few of these woke flops of 2020.
This is so indicative of the mindset that I was trying to describe earlier, where if you're like a certain type of person with a certain level of privilege, you view yourself as the default. So like making games starring straight white men in their 30s is the default, and doing anything else takes extra time and effort because women, people of colour, queer people, they're all different from the norm. So you have to put some special extra effort into writing their stories, designing their characters. That's just crazy.
Starting with Conquered. Removing all the wokeness for a second, the game was average on its own. A game that didn't bring a whole lot of new things to the hero shooter genre, keeping simple game modes and basic gameplay, a terrible pricing model. Yes, Conquered made many mistakes in that regard.
Yep, so everything that he's mentioned earlier, it didn't do well because it didn't really add anything new to the genre. It had a terrible monetization package. But actually it was the wokeness that destroyed it?
But there was a foundation that could have been built upon. However, with some of the most hideous woke character designs on top of these problems,
the way this guy talks makes me so angry.
The anti-woke, especially gamers, right? The anti-woke gamers are always trying to say these aren't complex characters, these aren't complex, interesting characters, but then they boil their reactions down to such a basic, like, there are women in this game that I'm not attracted to, and therefore they are bad characters, and that destroys the game. Are you supposed to be attracted to every video game character? I loved Tomb Raider as much as the next person. I made sure she did that little flip so you could see her bum. That didn't give me the expectation that I'd be attracted to every character in every video game. Just the reaction to like, ugly people in my game, which is so subjective. Like, every game should conform to your specific desires, your specific romantic sexual desires. That's so bizarre. Why would games do that? The idea that this game had bad monetization, it was kind of lazy, it didn't add anything new to the genre, but what really killed it was ugly women. That's so fucking funny. How shallow a person can you be?
plummeted any chance it had of survival.
That was what ruined its chances of people would have given it a chance. if the characters hadn't been ugly. There are so many games that prove that completely fucking wrong. That's an like, this almost feels like it should be ironic, because that's such an insane take. What's ugly here? Is it the armor? The massive armor? The blue lipstick? Like, grow up!
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that if the characters didn't look like your average ESG checklist, and they didn't make you want to vomit at—
It's crazy. If the characters looked like me, the game would be better. The game would do better if the characters looked like me, because I represent the average gamer. Unfortunately, a large proportion of the gaming community is built of just toxic, bigoted white men. It just fucking sucks.
At the side of them,
It does.
I guarantee
I
the
hate
game
it.
would have received a much more favorable view.
It's not a good look.
Like multiplayer game, you barely see the characters. You're all in armor and you're running and jumping around shooting each other. How much is your game impacted by
how
ugliness
hot
of
the
the
character's face is.
Were the characters in TF2 particularly attractive? Was that what made that game brilliant, that they were all super hot? No, of course not. It was good gameplay and funny design. This is mind-boggling. It's gotta be ironic. It's gotta be clickbait, right? People can't be this shallow.
In the eye
Oh,
of
yeah, I
gamers,
mean, they
and
can't be,
potentially
they
could have
are.
garnered at least some sort of community. Video games are a visual medium, and good character design does sell games.
Some video games are not purely a visual medium, and visually impaired people can enjoy video games that are well made in multiple areas. This is men are very visual creatures. You know, when it's like, women need to be beautiful all the time. That's crazy. I need all my fictional women to be hot, because I've never touched a real woman, and I never will.
It isn't the only important factor, but it's far more important than some of these brainwashed people in denial over all these game failures will ever admit. And if the Concord devs didn't devote so much of their 8 years and $400 million BlackRock budget to rogue game design, maybe that dev time and money could have been used to actually create something ground.
Yeah, again, he genuinely thinks it takes more time to design ugly characters who are queer and people of color and women. He genuinely thinks it takes more time and effort away from development than making generic straight white people in video games. That's fucking mental. That's actually unhinged.
Breaking in the hero shooter genre, with characters that were recognizable, badass, and heroes people would want to cosplay as or buy a poster of. But instead, it became the biggest flop in video game history.
It's like the laziest view of marketing, making hot characters. Just to say, surely, what he's describing here is exactly what he's also trying to argue against. He's saying they should have wasted time making their characters hot to encourage people to buy merchandise instead of focusing on the gameplay. And there's no sense of the irony there. God, what a moron. Sorry, but not that sorry.
What wants to take away? $400 million loss. The game was in horrible shape as of 18 months before release. Not even monetization.
This guy at the bottom is doing a real stellar job of looking interested in the conversation.
The game was in horrible shape as of 18 months before release.
Mediocre men on the internet with microphones. Just a plague.
No onboarding, most content not even there. The game was in such bad shape at that point that they spent the budget of it again in urgent outsourcing to get the game finished. So Concord is Sony's biggest released game by budget to date.
None of the problems there are wokeness. None of the problems there are ugly characters. That's just like, that's purely a failure of planning. If I got a little piece of hair sticking straight up, I do.
And it is the biggest loss that they've ever had as a company on a project before.
Next, let's take a look at Dustborn.
The black kid dresses like a writer. Does he know anything?
You are racist.
I don't even need to say anything about this game.
It sounds like this is his sort of thing, like it's making fun of the sort of wokeness. Okay, a film I saw recently that did this really well, that kind of took the sort of youthful overuse of this kind of language and sort of made fun of that, but in a way that is like good-hearted, was Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. some really funny jokes in there with people saying that they're triggered and traumatized and stuff, and people telling them to shut the fuck up, like the kind of thing that an anti-woke person would love. I think you can do that, and you can make it funny and sort of just poke fun at the, you know, evolving of slang rather than making fun of the people. This surely is exactly what he wants. Like, they're getting triggered to... I don't understand. Is it because he's playing as a person of color? I mean, that's it, isn't it?
As Dustborn is repulsive to 99% of gamers. The game was funded by the Norwegian Film Institute, an EU creative grant, and also the US government to be a new counter-disinformation game. I mean, the main character's superpowers are literally being triggered and the ability to cancel people she doesn't like. How anyone thought this would sell is beyond me. And no, I'm not the target audience, but the target audience is practically non-existent, and often don't play games in the first place, which is...
Ooh, he hasn't specified what that audience is. Much like earlier he didn't specify what the non-existent modern audience is. He's saying without saying that people of colour, that women, that queer people don't really play games, but without having to actually say it out loud by saying the words. It's all coded language, baby. Games are for straight white men, and some men of colour, but not enough that we're gonna stop saying the N-word in online gaming lobbies.
This is why this game peaked at only 76 players. A really sad example of a woke flop is with Rocksteady's Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. A live service nightmare filled to the brim with Tumblr-level humor and left-wing propaganda, some of the most atrocious race and gender-swapped characters, and it's honestly shocking that this project was greenlit in the first place. A $200 million loss that leaves Rocksteady's future unknown. And some will only attribute this game's failure to the fact that it was a live service.
Is there
but
something
new live
else in
service
this
games
room or
are
anything?
constantly releasing, and plenty of them are
Yeah, there
succeeding.
is, huh?
New IPs even. This game could have been good, but instead the narrative and dialogue was very obviously Sweet Baby Inc. influenced.
Sweet Baby is a story writing company hired to supplement video game studios' writing staff. And the company is transparent about their goals of approaching writing with a focus on representation and marginalized groups. And so straight white men are angry about it. Anti-woke brigade is very angry. It's so crazy to me that they highlight the real problems with the game. Like the big problems, like, again, live service issues and bad development and, you know, whatever. And then they're like, but it's the liberal woke stuff that ruined it. As if these companies aren't 100% money focused. Let me tell you, we live in a society. And that society is capitalist. And as much as there are usually smaller companies doing their best to actually promote some diversity and inclusivity, which is a good thing, okay? Stop being a racist. Big AAA studios are interested in one thing, and that is money. If woke game design, whatever the fuck that is, was really the #1 thing destroying games and ruining their sales, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it because they want your money. They don't get anything out of social consciousness points. They want cold hard cash. So this whole idea is just rooted in a fantasy world of nonsense. It's very bizarre.
And some might say it would fail either
That's,
way. But
that's
I
the
want to
conservative
compare Suicide
bubble.
Squad with
It's
a
filled with
game
paint
like
fumes.
Descendant. There's a lot of similarities actually. Both are third-person live service looter shooters. In fact, looking at gameplay side by side, most people would say that Suicide Squad looks like a higher budget version of the first Descendant. And that's because that's what it is.
That's what it is.
But why does the first Descendant have 30,000 players right now and Suicide Squad has 300? I have a strong
I don't know.
suspicion that character design has
Because
more
the
to
combat
do with it
actually
than
looks
gaming
good.
journalists would have you believe.
Gaming journalists, aka the woke agenda. If this was true, if it was only like super attractive character design that made a game popular, no one would play Kirby. No offense to Kirby. Who would be playing Super Monkey Ball? Or Pikmin? What about Spore? It's just so crazy. And also openly equating attractiveness with being skinny and white and straight. And having no shame about saying that publicly on the internet.
Descendant is not that great of a game. It's dumb fun. Just like Suicide Squad. But people want to play as these characters. And people do not want to play as these characters.
Look at how they massacred Harley by making her walk like a normal person. Look, I'm a woman. I've been a woman despite what? Some in the comments section doubtless will claim I've been a woman for 29 years of this earth. Well, I've been
I
I was
believe
like a
it.
baby again for a bit of that, but that's fine. Women do not walk like this. We would have such terrible hip problems. Probably really fierce glutes though if we walked everywhere like this. That's just not how. Imagine, have you seen the thing relevant to this actually, because we're talking about DC characters? Have you seen the thing where somebody swapped out Catwoman's model in a video game for Batman, and Batman walked like that, and it looks ridiculous?
Fresh air, freedom, and darkness.
Okay, my favorite meme of all time I can't find. It's like totally gone from the internet, and it was 3.5 minutes of cop cars doing car chases and it was all cop cars and movies, but all the cops had like hands superimposed like outside the windows of the cop cars and were firing guns in the air. It was somebody firing a gun in the air that was being superimposed onto all the sides of the cars, and it was all these cops just walking along firing guns into the fucking air like endlessly. Like it sounds like a hacker when you hear it because it doesn't end. It's like blah 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 blah, and the cop's just walking down the street and he's got his hand in the air going blah 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 blah. And that's my favorite meme of all time, and I can't find it again. I looked and looked and looked for it, and it was like all the cops were just firing guns all the time, nonstop, just blah 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 blah. And it actually said something so fucked up about our society. Kind of when I watched it, I was like, yeah, I mean that's kind of how it is. It is kind of like that. It's stupid. It's like blah 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 blah. Why that your fellow Americans? Why? I mean, I know why. We get ornery, but still, like. I don't know, man. There's so much gun violence in this country.
How shall we celebrate? A couple of poor, defenseless museums.
Similarly, people have redrawn like Marvel comic book front pages with the male characters in traditional female character poses. It's just not realistic. It's just silly. But it appeals to this specific male fantasy. So because he is not as attracted to the way this character walks, he thinks that's ruining video games. Why aren't all our main characters super muscly, oiled men with no shirts on in tiny, tight pants? If it's only about what's visually attractive in the most conventional mainstream sense, why don't all my male characters in video games look like that? Because we never considered that male characters exist for people to drool over, for people to masturbate to. Whereas women characters, that's how they're viewed by people like this. It's gross. It is genuinely gross. And again, I say that as someone who grew up with the confusion of being very attracted to Lara Croft. You can have exaggerated sexiness in a game, especially if it's done with humor. Again, I grew up with games like Lollipop Chainsaw and stuff like that. You can do it. I think, personally, it's a more consistent overall experience if you make the men stupidly, conventionally sexy as well, and over the top in the same way. But the idea that every game has to have massively overly sexualized women just to be good, just to be enjoyable. They've massacred Harley because she doesn't wave her ass in your...
I still think of Lara Croft in her later iterations, like Last Rite or whatever. I forget all the ones on 360 and stuff. I still think of her as the most acrobatic character in video game history because she's this wonderful little ballerina, flip cartwheels type frame of her body. And I never thought they were showing off her boobs that much. It was actually, in my opinion, more it was the case of I thought that was something. You know, like it was like they showed off her litheness of being like this tumbler and this like Tomb Raider that could do stuff like, you know, a little bit more lithely than Indiana Jones or whatever. And it fit the storyline that they showed off her body because a lot of the gameplay was her flipping and jumping and doing cart rolls and flipping over and diving and stuff like that. And that was cool. It was like the first time I really had ever kind of like consider what it would like to have like a super athletic body and do cartwheels and stuff like that, like at will. And you know, When I was a kid, I could do cartwheels, but I mean, you wouldn't. You were a boy, you know. That was a girl thing. I hate to say it. It is sexist when I do say it, but cartwheels are a girl thing. Surprising when boys can do them. Surprises you when you see a man do a cartwheel. It happens, but, you know. So, Lara was an interesting example for all that sexism to start, but they made her boobs fucking huge. Even in the game, they made them huge. It's kind of funny. They were like, let's embrace the femininity of a female character by showing off her boobs a lot. And it was alright, I guess. There was no shame in it, really. And I wouldn't say Lara Croft herself ever wasn't a really dignified character. Even when she died, she would like curl to the floor like and be like thwack, you know, from a long fall or something. And even when she died, she was still dignified. She would just crumple to the fucking floor flat like a dead cat. It was so gross when she would die from fall damage and stuff. You're like, oh no, that poor girl, she's just dead. Every bone in her body is broken. And like, you know, and she was lithe even in her death, you know. And I don't know, like, I don't know where, like, I don't think they went after her to make her be this sex idol that ended up being a Hollywood star. Like, I think they went after her trying to show that women could do stuff that men could do, like raid temples, just like Indiana Jones. Probably more lithely, a little bit more, you know, a little bit more acrobatically, maybe. Women maybe in the end might win, you know, Hunger Games kind of stuff, because, you know, they're not being led around by their penis all the time. I'm just kidding. Try to be sexist towards men. It's fun. Damn it! I keep forgetting to change my damn life step settings. You're so annoying. It's like haven't I like definitively kicked your ass? I've hit you like 35 times. Let's go. You dumb God damn it, this fight has lasted so long. So many fucking stupid ass mobs. Let's go. It feels like I'm chopping through trees. So annoying. Nice, at least they didn't patch tonight. Ouch, ouch. Let me move. Maybe I'll go over there first and come back here now. Gotta fix my damn staff. God damn it. Ouch. Ouch. Ah. Son of a bitch. Ugh. No, no. Huh. No! Your stupid spinny thing is so annoying. Why 7 mobs always? It's always 7 mobs. It's so dumb. Why 7 mobs all the time? There's no point to be proven there.
Face like she's walking the catwalk when she's walking down the street like a normal human. How do you think that that's an okay position to have? We want complex characters, they say. And what they're actually mad about is this. How they've changed Harley Quinn's ass to be less appealing to their sexual fantasy. At least this part is honest. I am upset because this does not fulfill my sexual fantasy. At least that's fucking honest. Stop pretending it's an industry-wide problem. It's to do with the woke design is sucking up all the resources instead of game design. Stop with that bullshit. Be honest that you want your women characters to be sexy to you. You're still dumb
attractive
and sexist for having that opinion, but at least you're honest. Oh my god, how long is this clip? Do you think he was jerking off while he was editing? Probably, right?
The same types of examples continue with Star Wars Outlaws and Flintlock Siege of Dawn, Pokemon Go receiving a more inclusive character design which made everyone look like a flat piece of cardboard, and with upcoming games like Fable and Dragon Age showing its very strong woke influence on character design, the future of those...
Well, people don't have pronouns. Presumably November Hotel wants us to just, I don't know, not refer to them at all. Oh, just use a pronoun to describe them. It's almost like it's impossible to talk to or about people without using pronouns. I don't understand the anger around customization, right? People will literally boycott a game if you're allowed to change your pronouns. But you can get this game, and you can
please let me do something.
Male presenting character and give him he/him pronouns and make him male. Or if
Get
you
out of
want the voyeurship experience, you could make a traditionally sexy female presenting character, give her she/her pronouns, and like it's just a choice. What's the harm in people who aren't you getting the choice of having a character that looks and feels like them? It's so selfish to be like, I'm angry that people can make characters that look like them instead of being forced to play characters that look like me. Character design is one of the most fun things about a lot of the game series I like. I am someone who has benefited from a level of privilege in gaming in the sense that
I broke the knight.
Have a lot of character design.
I broke him.
There is always
I broke
a
him.
character who looks like me. Sometimes they don't have my hair in the female character options. Aside from that, my sort of generic size, body shape, skin tone is pretty much always
Kill the knight. Kill the knight.
Before I realized that, like, a lot of games don't even let you change your body size or anything like that, and that must really suck for a lot of people. It doesn't hurt me for other people to be able to make characters that look like them too. Why would it? I can still make a character that looks like me, but now other people can have the same fun as me. And it would be weirdly selfish for me to have a negative feeling about that. Just bizarre, man. Just totally bizarre.
I mean, with the latest Dragon Age, they're touting their most inclusive character field, but you can't create anything that resembles real people.
I am a 108 pounds woman who sits for 15 plus hours a day. I am not even in my prime here, and you're telling me this is your 100% on the bum slider? Explain how this is your most inclusive character creator yet, because I can't even make my skinny bum in the game. I don't get it. Who was this character creator made for?
I'm a really conventionally attractive white woman, and I can't even make my bum the right size in this game. November Hotel realizes that's bait, right?
Because it certainly wasn't made for me.
That's the ass. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking this is a joke?
Why is... Okay, I don't know who this is, because...
I don't know.
November Hotel uses a lot of footage without crediting whoever the footage has come from. I'm assuming he didn't record all of this footage himself.
She doesn't know who
But why
Asmongold
does he
is.
look like
It's cute.
Exactly the sort of person that would watch this video and complain about not being able to make the women's bums bigger. I do think that you should be able to make bigger characters. I don't think it is particularly inclusive if you have like a range of good skin tones and
God damn it, is somebody
body
shooting
shapes
me?
and stuff like that,
Yeah.
but you can't be anything more than just skinny, generically skinny. But that kind of man, you know exactly what I mean, is pissed off that the bum doesn't go bigger, is just so hilariously cliche. It's like gamer dudes are trying to double down. They're like, okay, we've been perceived as like neckbeard, basement dwelling, gross dudes who just want to fap to hot women. And we're gonna double down. We're gonna say, yeah, that is us, and this is our community, and games are for us, because we're gross. It's so weird, dude.
That's a 100? No, it's not.
Apparently, the global population has no butt, and everyone has A-cup boobs. I'm not sure how that's inclusive, but it seems like someone at BioWare is offended by natural anatomy. But at least you can select pronoun.
But he wants all of his characters to have big boobs and butt. That's not inclusive either. That's, again, we're just going by what you perceive as attractive. I agree that you should be able to make your characters... I think the funniest character designers are where you get all the sliders are allowed to go up and down. So you can have, like, the biggest thighs you've ever seen and then a tiny waist, and you can create the most incredibly insane-looking characters. That's funny and inclusive. All character, like, sliders should be like that, in my opinion. But stop pretending that you weren't just showing Harley Quinn's ass for 5 minutes on the screen because you're upset that you can't fap to it. At least you can put your pronouns. But I can't jerk off if you got pronouns.
And have top surgery scars now.
You can have, this is the new Dragon Age game, you can have top surgery scars turned on. I cannot imagine anything more intellectually devoid and creatively bankrupt than this. This is a fantasy world, and the only way to remove a person's breasts are the exact same way that we have in real life.
It's not that deep, bro. People just want to make characters that look like them. Some people have scars. Most games like this, especially BioWare games, have scar options. You have lots of scar and tattoo options, famously, in these games.
Right.
Some people have top scars, and they want to feel seen and attractive and beautiful with those scars, because that's a part of their body. You just don't turn on the slider. If you want your character in your imaginary headcanon to have had top surgery in a fantasy world where you don't have scars, then just don't tick the button. It's there for people who do have those scars and want to see that represented. And that makes people feel better about themselves. Again, the fact is simply that it's not for you. I am angry when we are not about me. That's 100% of this discussion. Hey lovely people, editing Emma here. No makeup, crazy hair edition. Character design ruining the game edition. While I was editing this, I just felt really compelled. I couldn't leave without saying to anybody watching who is trans, who is non-binary, who has top scars, which can include cis people, to anyone who has experience in gaming being left out of things like character design. I'm so fucking sorry that you can't just enjoy these simple changes, these harmless... I'm weirdly upset. I'm so sorry that there are enough mediocre white men with microphones making podcasts and streaming.
I know,
and
right?
hitting the top of the charts on all of those things. I am so sorry
I know.
that those people are there to interrupt what should just be a nice moment. You should be able to see a gaming announcement and go, amazing, I can make a character look more like me. That makes me feel good. I am so fucking sorry that news cannot exist without you also seeing people like this crying about how your inclusion, our inclusion, people's inclusion is ruining gaming. It's fucking atrocious. I'm so upset and angry that there are people that are so shallow, so self-centered. Some of them just make up being angry for the sake of money and clicks as to flood regular gamers' experiences with these just toxic, hateful opinions. It's not fucking fair. While Gamergate and again the top streamers and YouTubers and whatever show us that this kind of person unfortunately does make a large enough part of the gaming community to cause disruption, to cause harassment, I feel it necessary to remind everyone that that is not the average person's opinion. They're loud and obnoxious and hateful, and they're constantly having their views reinforced by an equally hateful, toxic audience. But to use a term that I would typically hate and never use, real gamers don't give a fuck about different pronouns being included.
Yeah,
Real
that's how I
gamers
feel.
will click the pronouns that they want, they'll check out the scar options, turn them on or off, and then carry
play
on
the
with the game
game.
quietly, excited to actually play the game and see what it's like. Most people are not frothing at the mouth, getting immediately online to scream about the fact that you might be included. And I'm sorry that people like this make it seem that way. It's just not fucking fair. The majority, I think, of the gaming community is good, natured, wholesome. We see you, I see you, I know you're there, and I'm glad that there exists an option for you to see yourself represented in a video game. It doesn't impact me or my playing.
No.
I'm so sorry that there are people that pretend that it
Yep,
does.
I'm
or
sorry.
that have such a shallow appreciation of video games that it genuinely affects their playing. That there is a pronoun option in the character creator that you see once at the beginning of a game. If you're excited about the pronouns options, if you have top scars and you're excited about the top scar options, I see you, I love you, you are really beautiful and appreciated, and I am just so fucking sorry that so much of this community, that most of the time I love, can be so fucking
The
toxic.
Lost World, are you
And,
serious?
I'm gonna go away now because for some reason
The
that's
Lost
made me
World
weirdly
sucks
emotional.
so
Back to
bad.
regular Emma who has her life put together.
This is crazy. Absolutely fucking insane.
I still don't know who this guy is.
Why the fuck would you need top surgery scars in a game that has fucking magic? This is a world where people are able to change into other animals, but somehow you can't change into the other gender. This is the most surface level bait.
I bet he has never ever had this problem with facial scars. It's a world of magic and you have a scar on your face, excuse me? He's never had a problem with that. It's because the majority of people who have scars from top surgery or breast reduction, things like that, would be trans people. And those aren't me, so I'm very pissed off that it's an option.
Basic, completely devoid of any creativity, a way to virtue signal that you care about trans.
It's not to virtue signal that you don't give yourself top surgery scars to prove that you're an ally. It's for people that have the scars that want to make a character that looks like them. It's not that fucking deep. This is creatively devoid. How can he pretend? That's so dumb. There's one person in the comments saying it's just immersion, no? Yes! If somebody has those scars and they want to look like them, they want their character to look like them, they can turn it on. The end. End of conversation. There is no, weird, anti-creative storytelling blah blah blah, because then you'd have a problem with other scars. And you don't, and you never have, because you're not using your fucking brain, because you're just talking about what makes me horny. Oh.
Despite what games journalists and fence-sitting YouTubers might tell you, influence from companies like Sweet Baby Inc. are easy to spot from a mile away, and they're extremely off-putting. Games with woke character design are so painfully obvious, and again, what games journalists will never admit is that character design matters.
Oh, people don't like this character because she's not sexy enough. She's not a super conventionally attractive white woman with blonde hair and big boobs and permanent makeup in this fantasy world. So that means it's woke and bad.
That
They don't
dude
look
sounds
like me,
so
or I don't want to
annoyed to me.
masturbate to them.
Like he's really
It's
angry.
deliberately woke and bad.
He sounds
It's not
really,
just
really
that.
genuinely
There
angry
are
to
people
me.
out there who don't look like me, and so seeing representation of them.
It's weird. I'm an angry
makes
person,
sense
but I don't
because
think
they,
I sound angry.
Exist. It's just so. I feel like I use this phrase a lot, but it's so often true. It's so intellectually dishonest to phrase this as a big conversation about ruining games, about trying to force in diversity, when realistically, what it all boils down to is that I want people to either look like me or I want to be able to jerk off to them. That is incredibly shallow, bigoted, it's ludicrous. This whole time he's kept up saying that certain people, the perceived audience, modern audience, don't exist. He's never gone on to describe those people, because as soon as he does, then we can look it up and see that those people do exist. Hello, I exist. I am a gamer. I always have been. As gaming becomes more accessible and more mainstream, more people who aren't just crusty white men in basements are playing games, and so they ought to be reflected in the games. It's no deeper than that. It's not some crazy woke agenda for people of color to exist, for people who aren't super skinny to exist, for people who aren't super skinny with huge boobs and huge butt. It's also fine for those people to exist, and they do so much in so many games. You are still the majority representation in gaming. If you really just want to see white dudes that look like an attractive version of you, or super hot white women that you want to jerk off to, there are plenty of games for you. Why can't you just say, okay, this is so that people who don't look like me see people who look like them in media? It's very creepy.
Nobody would want to play as Geralt of Rivia if you looked like this. And nobody would want to play as Lara Croft if she looked like this. You'd never catch anyone cosplaying as a Concord character, or making fan art of a Concord character. And nobody would want to play as Lara Croft.
Yeah, why was
if
her
she looked
belly
like
button
this.
bruised?
You'd never catch anyone cosplaying as a Concord
I
character.
don't know, it's
or
weird.
making fan art of a Concord character.
I wonder if that's true. About Concord fan art. Oh, look. There's some fan art. Oh, look. There's some fan art. Oh, look. There's some fan art. Here's some fan art. What do you know? Fan art of these characters does exist, because not everyone has the same opinion as you. Not everyone is a gross, sexist, white man gamer dude. Wow. Took 1 second to prove it wrong there.
Unless it's people trying to improve the character design because the originals were that bad.
Improve.
I mean, Google almost always destroys them. It seems almost unfair. Google almost always destroys them. It seems unfair that you need to take it that far. You like, we all know. We don't need to Google. We know they're wrong. You know, it seems unfair.
Overwatch characters. Gamers and honestly people in general want to see beauty.
Oh, his voice annoys me so much.
They want to see beauty and masculinity, but only masculinity in the male characters. Because as soon as there's a woman with muscles in a character, all the anti-woke brigade comes out. Even though, realistically, in these games, the things they're doing, the female characters should have muscles. Like really. Sometimes we pretend it's about historical accuracy and realism. Sometimes we say it's about having beautiful, attractive characters. A lot of this is just fat phobia, which it's hard to know what to say about that.
We are visual creatures, and this right here isn't grabbing anyone's attention or has anybody say.
I think that's cool design. I guess I'm just a woke moron, because I think that design is cooler and more interesting than the same generic female characters I've seen my whole life. I'm happy to see those too, but why not both? Why can't we have both? You don't have to be able to masturbate to every character for it to be good. Very weird.
Oh, Bale Pop.
Yeah, that hero looks awesome. I can't wait to buy a poster of that train engine.
I don't judge all of the characters I see in things based on whether I want to buy a poster of them or not. Do people actually do that? Is anyone really that shallow?
People were willing to play the first Descendant really speaks to how much character design means to gamers. Tons of people played Stellar Blade that probably wouldn't even think twice about it because EvE was a total babe. And some journalists don't understand that and think Stellar Blade sold on its gameplay merits alone. That's because these journalists are brain dead. If this was the main character of Stellar Blade, it would have sold 0 copies.
That's 100% not true.
One of the biggest problems with
I think it is
media
true. I
is
think he's right about that. Those
That
characters
is an
are.
objectively attractive person, so I'm not sure what is going on here other than racism, with this game being too woke, the character design here being too woke. That is objectively a very conventionally attractive person.
Just listen to the dialogue in modern gaming, especially in the latest Star Wars Outlaws, and you'll understand what I mean. Everything has become so ineffective.
Oh, it's so crazy, saying things like, could you mod a turret onto an EML 850? Fucking woke agenda.
Every NPC has to be so overly cheery and fake. It feels like Uncanny Valley at every turn because, God forbid, a character actually offends someone. The main characters have to be so dreadful.
Well, that character just swore. What do you want? Do you just want people to be able to say the N-word all the time in your games lobbies? Like, just say that. Just admit being a big fucking bigot instead of making up this weird nonsense.
It's good to hear somebody say it.
Of their own because what if the player doesn't agree with them? Morality choices in games are practically non-existent, so players don't accidentally side with an evil faction. The hand-holding and the juvenile design behind every quest, line of dialogue, and character design makes me question why these games are even being rated M for mature.
November Hotel, I gotta tell you something. You might not have noticed this, you might not have realized. You can buy porn games. In fact, if you get yourself a VR headset, you're gonna be set for life. You don't need to stress out about mainstream games not being a constant fat fest for you. You can just look at porn. you can skip the middleman and just go straight to the pornography. Not all of us are that shallow in our choices. Some of us prefer actually complex characters and interesting stories and good gameplay, but if all you want is someone to masturbate to, you can do that. There are options out there for you.
So squeaky clean and sterile that they'd probably cry if being subjected to watch late 90s Nickelodeon cartoons. Genuine adult themes and realistic dialogue, mature dialogue, does not exist in modern games.
What does he mean? What do you mean? That's just not true. There's no modern games with mature dialogue.
Disco Elysium.
Because the smoking babe
Skyrim.
dress on the cover is giving
Look, I knew! Disco! I called it before.
Your pants is embarrassingly obvious.
He must just mean offensive dialogue. He must just mean there are less people
Yeah, there's
being,
less offensive
saying
dialogue,
horrible,
definitely.
sexist, and racist things in video games and getting laughs out of it. I can't think of what else he would mean because that just sounds crazy.
Again, despite what the lying games media will tell you and what some YouTubers refuse to say, woke games fail because they are woke. And they'll say, what does woke even mean? Isn't Baldur's Gate 3 woke? Isn't Elden Ring woke? Oh, so a female protagonist makes a game woke? No, it doesn't.
A female protagonist that isn't sexually appealing to me makes a game woke.
People shouldn't be taken seriously. They aren't trying to engage in good faith. Obviously, a game with a female protagonist doesn't make it automatically woke. A game with a black protagonist.
It's only if it's a female black protagonist that I'm not attracted to. He's literally said that earlier in the video. He literally had two side-by-side screenshots saying, look how they massacred Harley because she doesn't have as big a bum anymore. And now he's, oh god, the dishonesty, the intellectual dishonesty is so, it's so pervasive in everything he says. This is one of the most cursed things I've ever seen.
Doesn't make a game woke. A gay character in a game doesn't make a game woke. But somehow, we're all able to tell the difference between a naturally diverse game and one that is clearly propaganda.
So I think this is to do with perceptions of diversity. I think a lot of the time, again, if you're a person who experiences a certain level of privilege, you're used to seeing majority people like you, majority white people, majority people of a certain age, majority straight people, whatever. So in the old days, it wasn't too woke to have a gay character because there was one gay character that was a minor character, or there was one black character that was a minor character. If a game is more diverse, if there are simply a higher number of characters of colour and women, etc., then that throws your perception off. Suddenly you feel like you're the minority, and that doesn't feel normal, that doesn't feel safe, so I don't like it, and I'm scared. No one is more easily triggered than anti-woke men. They see a game, even a game that they acknowledge is not absolutely not directed at them, or they see a game that has like character options that you can choose not to turn on, and they freak the fuck out like they're precious, like the gaming community belongs to them. This is mine. because I am a straight white middle-aged man, and you're taking it away from me by making other people feel included. It's so childish.
You don't even have to describe what woke is. You can see it as clear as day and its influence in the games.
He's never described it though. Just like he's never described the imagined modern audience, he's never described what the difference between having gay and black characters and being woke is. You don't even have to describe it, because that way, whatever you, the audience, perceive as being woke is what I'm saying, so that you agree with me. Because if I had to describe it, I would sound bigoted, because it would come out that I was being clearly racist and sexist, etc.
Sometimes you watch a trailer for a new game during a showcase and can immediately pinpoint the woke games, and know how to avoid it like the plague. Then, months later, that same game will get insane amounts of press from gaming news.
The footage we're using now, the footage he has chosen to put over him saying, you can immediately tell it's woke. I can see a person of colour. Is that what's making it woke? Because again, he won't say.
News outlets, but come time for the release, it majorly flops. People can see it, they can sniff it out and avoid it. You take one look at some of these studios and know immediately that whatever
Rainbow on the shirt, this is clearly a woke studio making a bad game that's gonna fail.
it is they're cooking should never be served. You just know something is off with their games, because it's not natural. It feels very forced. It feels like there's money behind it to push an agenda, because there is.
What agenda? The studio's agenda is making money. Every time. There will be people working for those studios that are actively trying to make something more inclusive, but there is no great cabal of queers trying to force their way into the games to change them and make them fail by being... They don't want the games to fail, they want the games to sell as well as possible. No one like this has ever been able to describe the agenda that they're talking about, the woke agenda.
Fucking Vanguard and similar companies are behind almost all of these major flops because they're more concerned with pushing propaganda than making a profit.
What propaganda? It is not propaganda to have characters that you don't find sexually attractive. He's not willing to go into detail on any of these opinions he's described, who this audience is, what the propaganda is, what the agenda is, why some people or studios are so aggressively pushing the woke agenda, like what the purpose behind that is. He's not willing to actually explain any of these things because he can't, because it just boils down to I want to jerk off to the characters.
Docking
or
permission requested.
I want to
Docking
imagine
request
myself as
accepted.
this sexy character that I can relate to. Not because I'm sexy, because I'm similar enough to them that I can imagine myself being sexy like them as a fantasy fulfillment.
They have more money than God and God's banker. They are instead focusing on changing the minds of gamers with these projects. And thank God.
I mean, some of them, hopefully, yeah, because a lot of gamers are like you. Again, that is why when you go into online gaming lobbies, there's 1,000, 13-year-olds yelling the N-word. I would love to change the minds of those gamers. I would love to change the minds of the gamers that are super weird as soon as they hear you on microphone and realize that you're a woman. Or super sexist and horrible when they realize you're a woman. Again, I follow some gaming collectives of specifically black women who have formed that collective because their experiences have been so impacted by how toxic some of the gaming community can be. Changing those opinions is a good thing. It is good to change the opinions of racist and sexist people and homophobic people. That's not a bad thing, unless you are racist and sexist and homophobic and you want to stay that way. But again, their primary agenda is making money. They want to make money. That is it.
Gamers are resisting it and seeing through their bullshit. People can tell when they're being fed inauthentic products. When the diversity of characters isn't done in a way that feels natural. When there's a race and gender swapping of old characters. When the developers' Twitter pages are full of hating white male gamers. But if you are still, for some reason, having a...
Straight white men are the most persecuted people in the world, especially gamers. It's just a cliche at this point. He's a parody of himself. He's a parody of the audience that he's trying to appeal to, and it's kind of sad.
A hard time figuring out what woke is. Let me spell it out for you.
Please.
Woke people are those who are engrossed by social justice and think of themselves as saviors with moral high ground, obsessed with preaching their ideology, yet they will always remain willfully ignorant to the irrationality of their claims and the problems they create. They want to desperately change
Like what? Irrational about what? What's bad about being aware and fighting against social inequality? What irrationality?
Norms and facts in order to cater to what.
And facts, like white people are more important. Like white people and sexy people and thin people and straight people are more important and more special and should be in all the games. What are you talking about?
Whatever the latest propaganda requires, and continue to
The latest propaganda, like people of color exist. Like some people have top scars. It's propaganda. Women exist and they don't walk like sexy supermodels. Crazy propaganda. It's unhinged levels of delusional, dude.
Perpetuate mental illnesses as something to aspire to. But we've been doing.
Do you think that was transphobic? Again, he's so deliberately vague when he talks about all of these things, but because he paired that just after saying they're denying facts, and now he's saying, and he included that bit about top scars and pronouns, I think he's transphobic, and that was coded language, all referring to trans people being included in video games, which would not be a surprise.
Pretty good, lads. Every time we don't buy one of their propaganda slop games, we move a little bit closer to getting back to reality and reclaiming the games industry.
Reclaiming the games industry. The games industry should belong to straight white men, and we're gonna take it back. Because now it's appealing to other people, even though earlier I claimed that the modern audience doesn't actually exist. So who are we taking it back from? You know, the people that don't exist. You can't have your cake and eat it too, November. You can't you can't have it both ways. Are we stealing the gaming industry away from you? Or do we not really exist? I had other videos lined up, but that wound up being a whole thing, and I had a lot to say about every point, so maybe we'll come back and do another about some other crazy anti-woke people, but wow, my battery died, so I may have zoomed in or out and turned slightly, and I don't know exactly how, so I apologize if this is unsettling to you. There are so many huge games that are LGBT friendly, that have people of color as main characters. You have stuff like the Life is Strange series, Dream Daddy, the dad dating simulator, that's so queer and amazing, Dragon Age Inquisition, the Mass Effect games. A lot of these games go in the pile of, oh, these aren't woke, I accept these, and I think it's because they have sexy female characters. Hades, Baldur's Gate 3, I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 was put in the acceptable list just because the guy liked the game, again, and I guess it has sexy enough characters. If he can masturbate at some point during it, then it's not woke, otherwise it's woke. It's very bizarre, because these games that are inclusive and diverse are doing extremely well, and the reason he's not actually described woke as a specific thing, same as he's not described the audience, same as he's not described blah blah blah, the reason he's being deliberately vague is because the real answer is that if he likes it, it's not woke. If he doesn't like it and it has characters that he's not attracted to, then it's too woke, and that's honestly pathetic. It's actually pathetic. So let me know your thoughts down below. Quick disclaimer, any time we talk about the anti-woke crowd, we will incur the wrath of those people. There will be some people who come here deliberately to be horrible. People will come and scream about not knowing what gender I am at the same time as being upset that I have pronouns in my bio. You know, just don't feed the trolls. Engage in polite, sensible discourse, but if people are just being assholes just for the sake of being assholes, just ignore them. Unless you have something bitingly funny to say. If you're a funny little fella, you get a pass. Obviously that is subjective, so if other people don't think that you're funny, they will let you know. So careful. Careful what you do with your power. I think that gaming especially seems to have a higher percentage of the anti-woke, just bigoted, horrible people, purely because it has kind of these slightly toxic male origins, because gaming has tended to lean more to a specific audience. The fact that it is now becoming more inclusive makes those people upset. This is my safe boys club, and I don't like that it's changing. So I think that's why it seems even more saturated with this anti-woke stuff than usual. But realistically, these people are the minority. Most people are not so shallow and irrational to get upset when they can't masturbate to the characters they're playing in video games. Most people are just like, oh, pronouns, I'll click on mine. when I make my character, and they'll just move on with their lives because they're not insane. So it's not as big a problem as these guys want to make it seem. It's so funny that depending on who you watch and what video you watch on what day, either society is crumbling around us because of the woke agenda, or we're taking it back from the woke agenda. There's no consistency to this ideology because it is just made up. It is just based on complete nonsense. That's why there's no specifics in this video. It's just like, I don't like it because it's bad, and these characters are ugly because they're fat and they're not white. Which is, yeah, I just think it's a pretty sad movement to align yourself with. When, again, there are so many games out there. My main problem with gaming right now is that there are too many brilliant games. Like, the fact that indie games took off in such a huge way means that the choice out there is unbelievable. Even if you are the most racist poo who just wants to look at sexy girls, there's a million games out there for you, dude. You don't have to spend your time being angry. You can just play the anime porn games. If that's all you really want, there's stuff out there for you. There's plenty of stuff. Do like this video if you liked it. Do subscribe. If you haven't already, consider checking out some of my other videos. Perhaps you might enjoy Womanese 101, a look at a book all about how women are lying. Always, all the time, forever. They're either lying or cheating on you or lying about cheating on you. So that's a good educational experience. If you are also a gamer, you can follow me, A Little Duck Gaming, for some fun and silly times. Now, just to warn you, I guess I probably play woke games because I'm a woman. I'm currently playing Jack 2 and Dread Delusion. Both of those games do have female characters. Luckily, the female characters in Jack 2 are pretty sexy, so you should be okay. In Dread Delusion, some of them are ghosts and skeletons and stuff, so I don't know how many of them you could masturbate to, but you could probably try. Follow me over on Twitch for live gaming content at twitch.tv/EmmaLittleDuck. It's fun, and you can bully me live for being bad at video games. If you do like what I do here and you would like to support this channel, you can check out the link for Magic Spoon down below. You can also become a channel member. You get comment priority and some cute little emotes and a little ducky next to your name. It's very adorable. The best way to support this channel is via the Patreon. With that, I must give a big old thank you and a shout out to my giant chickens and colossal quackers over on Patreon. Especially Conla. Goddamn Conla ruining video games by making them all woke and liberal.
Fucking right-wing morons. Oh, damn it. I forget where this NPC is.
Most importantly, have yourselves a very lovely week, and I will see you really soon.
Oh no.
From robbing a gas station with a Nintendo.
Thank you, Wavy Web Surf. I'd like to sub to your channel. You robbed a gas station with the Nintendo pistol? No.
Zapper gun, to threatening to bomb a Splatoon tournament, all the way to a man sent to prison for brandishing a sharpened Master Sword in public. Nintendo fans and haters alike have been responsible for some pretty kooky criminal activity. Today we'll be taking a look at some of the most offbeat cases. When a love or hate for Nintendo ends in tragic consequences, this is the wacky world of Nintendo crime.
Alright, look y'all, I gotta level with you. Look, as somewhat of a gamer myself, I realize that our food choices are not always optimal. And you can do better, as I have with Factor. Let's get this bullshit out of here. Fuck that shit.
Factor makes hitting your nutritional goals easy and ships fresh, never frozen meals right to your front door. All you gotta do is put them in the microwave for a couple of minutes and bam, you got a damn near restaurant quality meal ready to be devoured. Factor has a bunch of different options when it comes to meals, like keto, calorie smart, and vegan, and vegetarian. But my option of choice is Protein Plus.
I'm loving these high protein meals, man. Factor is keeping your boy swole. Tasty protein is pretty hard to come by, but Factor has been a lifesaver for when I need a quick meal after workouts or if I'm below my daily goal. Next, I've got this black pepper and sage pork chop with smoked Gouda Brussels sprouts and creamy broccoli. I'm so glad that I'm recording this Factor ad today because I have literally no groceries, and Factor, of course, is coming in clutch, as they do, with this pork. Let's go. Dude, I couldn't make anything like this good. And my protein's covered for the day. I love it. The seasonings are going crazy right now. Nice herb taste. The games are going crazy over here. It's like blasting off like the flavors on my tongue right now. You guys can head to factor75.com, click the link below, and use code WAVY50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next month of orders.
A UK man was sentenced to 4 months in prison for carrying a 6-inch master sword in public.
It's a well-known fact that the United Kingdom has some of the strictest weapon control laws in the entire world. While most people cite their restrictions on guns, carrying other weapons such as knives in public is heavily frowned upon. According to the UK government, it's illegal to carry any knife that could be used as a weapon in public unless it's for a, quote, good reason. This is often determined by courts, but an example they provided was using it for work or religious purposes. Laws such as these come across as extremely overbearing to citizens of the United States, with it becoming a meme to mock their insistence on having a license to do even the most basic of tasks. While often exaggerated, one British gamer would unfortunately be on the receiving end of these harsh penalties. On June 8th, a 48-year-old man named Anthony Bray was strolling through the town center of Nuneaton, England, going about his day as normal. However, CCTV operators noticed something strange about it. It appeared that the man was holding a suspicious object, which was perceived to be some sort of weapon. According to an official report published by UK police, they approached the man and noticed he had a, quote, bladed article, unquote, in his hand. Considering this an urgent threat, they swiftly took action, apprehending the man in an effort to prevent any violent crimes from occurring. On paper, it seemed as though they were upholding the UK's strict knife control laws and stopping yet another violent criminal. There was only one issue, though. The bladed article in question was in fact a 6-inch long replica of the Master Sword from the Legend of Zelda franchise. As stated earlier, the UK government disapproves the carrying of any object that could potentially be used as a weapon, stating the only other exception to this would be one carrying a small pocket knife under 3 inches long. Anthony denied the accusations that he was in possession of a weapon, describing the sword as a fidget toy. After thorough questioning, the man did admit how someone could potentially be threatened by him holding it, but still denied any wrongdoing. Despite this, he was sentenced to 4 months in prison and forced
4
to pay a
months
hefty
for a
fine
sword.
Suffice to say, the internet's initial reaction to this headline was ridicule. While the police were correct in the assertion that
4
it
months
could
for a
potentially have been
sword.
used in the same way a knife would be used, the fact that it was a toy replica of a fictional sword led many to express outrage at the harsh sentencing. A Reddit thread discussing the incident was created on r/United Kingdom, with the top comment reading, quote, "This seems a bit ridiculous to me. He's obviously an idiot playing with it in public, but it seems like the sort of thing a fine and a bit of community service would be good for. Not 4 months in prison. What a waste of time and money." However, this story isn't nearly as black and white as it may seem on the
of course
surface.
not.
One
Of course
Redditor
not.
in the comments pointed out that this was far from
Remember,
Anthony's first
Nintendo.
criminal offense, linking to a 2011 article from Coventry Live as evidence. As the story goes, Bray was known for being a, quote, serial burglar who had attempted to carry out several robberies in the Nuneaton area. His strategy was to simply walk into homes with unlocked doors at times when they would most likely be asleep, then pretend that he was simply looking for someone if he got caught by the resident. According to the article, the man had been in and out of the prison system for years, first being jailed in 1989 and proceeded to get into legal trouble after a string of burglaries that took place between 2001 and 2009. The final straw had been the attempted burglary in 2011, with the man being jailed for 4 years. While it's unclear as to whether he had committed any serious crimes in the decade leading up to his Master Sword arrest, the fact that he had essentially been a career criminal for a long period of time led many to become much less sympathetic to the story. It's also important to note that knife crime is an incredibly serious issue that continues to plague the United Kingdom. An article written by PC Gamer pointed out that the area Bray lived in had some of the highest rates of knife crime in the entire country. This provides some important context that some internet users may have missed out on regarding this story, but the incident is still baffling to those outside observers who are from other countries, with more lax laws surrounding bladed weapons.
Population to keep him safe. They kept him in isolation, and so he was kept in isolation.
It's no secret, when it comes to students, high schoolers are some of the most unruly. Between bad attitudes and a slew of easy-to-hide devices such as phones at their disposals, teachers have a harder job these days than ever trying to get these students to lock in. With that said, this story involves a student who was caught playing his Nintendo Switch during school, and when it was found, he was warned by teachers. But this was no ordinary high school shakedown, as the act of confronting him about this Switch sent the gamer into an enraged state, ending in dire consequences for the high school faculty. In February 2023, at Matanzas High School, a 17-year-old student named Brendan Deppa brought his Nintendo Switch to school. Deppa was said to have been using the Switch in class and causing something of a disturbance. That's when Joanne Nadich, a teacher's aide, would report the Switch, which led to Deppa being confronted about it by his main teacher. Normally, this would be where the story ended, but this interaction caused Deppa to become furious. In surveillance footage later released to the public, you can clearly see Brendan lunging at Joanne Nadich, immediately knocking her over. Despite quickly losing consciousness, Brendan continued to hit her over and over again, only stopping after multiple other school faculty members physically pulled him away. Keep in mind that according to official reports, Brendan was 6'6" and weighed 270 pounds, making the attack all the more horrific as there was absolutely no way for the woman to defend herself. Police were quickly called and the teen was arrested immediately, with Brendan complaining and disparaging the officers the entire time.
Put your hands behind your back. Turn around. Turn the other way. Stay right there. Got it. Am I going? Yeah, you are. Yes, you are. I do not know. I don't make that determination. Deputy King is locking them, so when you sit down, they don't tighten up, okay? Go ahead. Go with Deputy King. Look at me. You gonna be cool with Deputy King and I? Huh?
I don't want to go to jail.
Well, Brennan, look at me. Look at me.
I have more important places.
I understand.
The footage, which was released by the sheriff's office, also went viral on social media, with many users appalled at the severity of the attack. It goes without saying that Joanne sustained serious injuries due to the incident, with it later being reported that she suffered from broken ribs and claims to have even developed PTSD. In direct response to the situation, Sheriff Rick Staley issued an official press release condemning the teenager, stating, "The actions of this student are absolutely horrendous and completely uncalled for. Our school should be a safe place for both employees and students." Unsurprisingly, due to the severity of this incident, Brendan would be tried as an adult, despite protests from his legal counsel. They entered into a plea deal in late 2023, and as more details surrounding his upbringing emerged, the more clear it became that this outburst could have been prevented. During the legal proceedings, Fox News found documentation that the teen had 3 prior misdemeanor battery charges, all occurring in 2019, with the only punishment shown for them being that he had to complete a special program designed for juveniles in an attempt to correct his behavior. His mother also revealed a significant amount of information in her defense of him. According to her, he was on several medications and suffered from autism and a slew of mental health issues, elaborating on this further in an interview with Law and Crime that took place a year after his initial arrest.
Well, Brendan is diagnosed with autism, and he originally was diagnosed as a level 2, but the last evaluation they diagnosed him as a level 3. He also has other diagnoses as well. He's got ADHD, he's got a generalized anxiety disorder, he's got explosive intermittent explosive disorder.
In April of 2024, Depa's mother took this defense a step further and actually launched her own lawsuit against the school district, making the case that despite being aware of his mental state, they did nothing to prevent or treat his condition, even after being repeatedly told by her, or the mother. The filing was summarized in an article by Law and Crime, which revealed that the incident had escalated due to Brendan spitting on Miss Nadich. She became upset and left the classroom, which is when the student violently attacked her. In reference to the events leading up to the assault, the filing states the professional should not have interacted.
He laid her out like a fucking like a football fucking star. What? He like full blown clothespinned her and then fucking started kicking her. Oh my god. Yeah, that dude probably shouldn't be maybe in public school. I don't know. Jesus Christ, that was insane.
Became upset and left the classroom, which is when the student violently attacked.
She just ran. Oh my god, he lays her out.
Reference to the events.
What? He pulls his pants up
to
and
the
then he
assault.
fucking starts kicking her.
The filing
Oh
states
my
the
God.
paraprofessional should not have interacted with the student in this manner. While her anger at Brendan for being spit on is understandable, her response is not an evidence-based intervention to address the spitting or defiance by Brendan. While all of this does provide important context, it certainly isn't even close to a justification for how severe Brendan's actions were. However, that being said, there were certainly steps that could have been taken to avoid this volatile situation. Staff should have definitely been made aware Bro had violent triggers. Joanne herself confirmed to the local news outlet WESH2 that she hadn't been informed of the teenager's condition and had not been taught proper de-escalation techniques.
Yeah, that is not her
If this
job.
is true, it makes the story all the more tragic, seeing as how it could have been prevented. Despite his legal team's best efforts, Brendan was sentenced to 5 years in prison, with the presiding judge making
that's
it a point
assault.
that he had
That's
not
a
properly
bad assault.
apologized once during the proceedings for what he had done, with it
Really?
being hard to believe that the initial catalyst for all of this occurring was simply a Nintendo Switch.
Nintendo Duck Hunt gun was used in a hold-up convenience store for $300.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
When the Nintendo Entertainment System was first released in America in 1985, the game Duck Hunt was often included as a pack-in title. By proxy, it became one of the most iconic video games of all time. As you all know, Duck Hunt came with a plastic toy remote gun called the Zapper, and that was used to shoot the ducks that appeared on your TV screen while playing the game. Something that was both immersive and novel for the time. Now, straight out of the box, the Zapper looks nothing like a
The Zapper did not work.
real gun. You know, it's got that 80s retro future look.
And
It's
it
got
didn't work.
a bright orange trigger. What I'm getting at here is that if you were in the market for something that looked like a real gun for whatever
isn't
reason
it.
that might be, the Nintendo Zapper isn't your best option. But that wouldn't stop a man nearly 40 years after the release of the Zapper from using it to rob a convenience store. In May of 2023, a 25-year-old South
Let me guess, he painted it black. I guarantee it. He painted it black and it worked.
Carolina native by the name of David Joseph D'Alessandro walked into a gas station in the small town of Sharon located in York County. According to the sheriff's department, David robbed the store at 5:54 p.m. and stole $300 from the cash register after flashing a firearm. Confusingly, the report also states that the man was not only wearing a mask and a hoodie as one might expect, but also a wig. Bro had the whole costume rack on during the robbery. Despite initially escaping, the man was quickly caught by officers at a nearby Dollar General. Being arrested
Why
on the
at a
spot,
Dollar
this is where the
General?
officers made a shocking discovery. The alleged gun in question was
Told
actually
you!
just an NES.
He painted it black. Look.
A Zapper spray painted black in order
I
to make
knew
it
it.
look more realistic. Aside from the sheer stupidity of committing the crime in the first place, you would think at the very least he would have used
Like,
something.
go down to the fucking store, buy a fucking gun. Like I don't know. Like, go to the Walmart, buy a BB gun, paint it black. I don't understand. Like the Duck Hunt gun is just stupid.
More real looking. Like, people have painted fucking blocks of wood that look like more of a real gun than this. Or, you know, you could just use an airsoft gun or a BB pistol. Presumably, since he was robbing a gas station, it could be inferred that he simply didn't have the money for a real gun or a quality replica and just used whatever was lying around in his basement.
I used to scare the shit out of my friends with like all of my friends, all of us, my entire crew, even the siblings. Fucking even the female siblings all had airsoft guns and fucking BB guns. Automatic BB guns. Thunderstorm's annoying. It's loud. Doing okay though. I'm level 18. I'm doing this hardcore thing. Oh yeah, my headphones need to plug in. Going to step up and get some milk. I'll be right back. Starting to get cold in here. I'm going to turn on the heater. Didn't need it for a long time, but now I do. What happened? Did I drop it? No, there it is. Okay, heater on. I love this lazy life. I can just be like, yeah, heater on, turn on right now. And just, yeah, keep it at 60. And run it at H1. Yeah. And there we go. Okay, gonna go get some milk. And some, I think I'll have dessert. Actually, I don't need milk. I need dessert. What do we have? I think I'll have bananas. Yeah. Oh, I know what I want. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna have a banana too. What happened to it? What happened to this banana? Oh, there it is. Okay. Gotta get somewhere safe. I came all the way into the zone because I have 3 hours, and that's okay. I can run to the Signet NPC with a lot of heals and stuff. I feel very safe. Yeah, very safe right here. Nice.
Oh, obviously, this is just my own theory. While the story is ridiculous, the fact that he had successfully carried out the robbery was enough for him to land serious criminal charges. Yeah, the gun was fake, but the clerk at the gas station certainly didn't think it was in the moment and feared for their life. And he did take money, so D'Alessandro was charged as if he had committed a crime with an actual firearm. According to an article by USA Today, he was held in jail without bond following the incident.
The jury found that Intercom Sacramento's water drinking contest was 100% at fault in the tragic death of Jennifer Strange.
The Nintendo Wii is undeniably one of the most popular gaming consoles ever. Its, at the time, novel motion control mechanics, slew of iconic games, and relatively affordable price during its 2006 launch resulted in an instant hit console. Wiis were flying off of shelves and many shortages occurred. In the time after the holiday 06 release, people would do just about anything for a Nintendo Wii, which brings us to the bizarrely tragic tale of Wii for Wii, a radio show contest with a Nintendo Wii prize gone horribly wrong. In January of 2007, the hype surrounding the Wii was at an all-time high, and the buzz surrounding this popular console led to a Sacramento, California radio station called KDND taking an interest in the craze. They decided to host a seemingly innocuous contest to drum up good publicity, while also giving the public a chance to win the iconic Nintendo gaming system. The idea was simple. Contestants would enter, being given large quantities of water to drink, with the person who was able to go on the longest without having to leave for a bathroom break winning a Nintendo Wii. They titled the contest Wii for Wii, and on the surface it seemed like a simple and safe idea for a fun giveaway. After all, I mean, conventional wisdom states that water is a necessity, and one would think that drinking it in large quantities would be completely safe with no negative repercussions. This is what led 28-year-old Jennifer Strange to enter the contest, believing she had a shot at winning. Seeing as how she was the mother of 3 children, it made sense that she would be more dedicated than most.
Oh,
At the start of the contest, participants were directed to drink an 8-ounce bottle of water every 15 minutes. Even this initial requirement is problematic in terms of one's health. The daily recommended amount of water for an adult woman is 2.7 liters, with the body only able to get rid of a maximum of 1 liter or 33 ounces of fluid per hour. If we do the calculations, this means the contestants were being forced to drink the maximum amount of water the body can physically process every hour. This, combined with the fact that they weren't doing any sort of intense exercise and intentionally didn't go to the bathroom to flush the water out of their system, meant that they were unwittingly opening themselves up to severe poisoning. As the contest dragged on and 8 entire rounds went by, several participants quit, but Jennifer continued, determined to win the Wii. This is when radio staff decided to up the ante, allegedly giving the remaining few even larger bottles of water. These were a whopping half-liter each. An almost comical amount of water was being chugged by these contestants. It was a blatant example of gross negligence on the part of the radio station, with medical professionals even calling in to warn the hosts about the dangers of the contest while they were live. These warnings were brushed off, with the reasoning being that the participants signed waivers.
A nurse calls in to warn of the dangers of the contest, but but the DJs don't respond.
I want to say.
But the DJs don't respond.
That those people that are drinking all that water can get sick and possibly die from water intoxication.
Yeah, we're aware of that. That's why they say releases, so we're not responsible. It's okay.
It was later calculated that she had drank over 7 liters of water, which proved to have had deadly consequences.
Liters.
On the drive home, she even complained of experiencing headaches and general sickness, with her last broadcasted moments being included in a local news story later on.
Yesterday, CBS 13 obtained a copy of that contest.
My head hurts. They keep telling me that it's the water, that it'll tell my head to hurt and then it'll make me puke.
Jennifer was later found dead in her home, with the coroners discovering that she had in fact died from water toxicity or water poisoning. This was absolutely devastating to her family as well as the local community, with one of the DJs releasing a statement on social media soon after extending his condolences for what had happened.
One of the DJs just released a statement on his MySpace page. This is Stephen Manny's, and it says, "At this time, we would like to express our deepest condolences to the family of Jennifer Strange. We want to thank all of our listeners for their continued support, and we ask that you join us by keeping Jennifer and her family in your thoughts and prayers, Lucas."
It's a little Jennifer Strange that you drank 7 liters. I think anybody with some real sense wouldn't have done it. Is there... that's more blood than is in your body. Did you really think that you were just gonna double the amount of blood in your fucking body? And it's Strange. I think it's funny that your name is Strange. I'm not trying to make fun of the dead. I'm saying it's a strange belief that you can just drink 7 liters. I mean, isn't that as much blood as we have in our body? That's insane. You can't double the amount of blood volume in your body, and I would have known. I guess I'm just blessed with an intelligence, I guess. But I would have known. I would have been like, no, 7 liters? No, that's insane. That's, you know.
Manny and Trish.
It was a case of gross negligence.
That's insane. Like, that's like drinking 4 2-liters. You can't drink 4 2-liters. It's going to double the amount of water in your bloodstream. It's insane. That's essentially like your body is water. That's disgusting.
Had done even basic research. They could have limited the water quantities to safe levels and still have held the competition. Instead, their refusal to listen to medical professionals,
or just given the crappy $200 Wii away and not made them do anything. They're people trying to get a Wii for their kids. And you're like, oh, you got to drink 5 liters of water, 7 liters of water. And like, they're like, ugh. Okay. What you really should have just been is like, hey, shout for the Wii or something, you know? You're stupid. And then you got her to do something that got her killed. Like, why not just give the Wii away? Even back then, they were only like $250. That's not worth it, like them taking risks like that. That's like, maybe, okay, here, if you drink this soda, you can, like, faster, you can have the Wii. Or whatever, right? Yeah, if you drink this 1 liter bottle of soda faster, you get a Wii, that right, or whatever, right? And they time everybody there to drink a bottle of soda, and whoever's the fuck fastest, you know, something like that. Like, you know, that's a lot better. That's not gonna kill you, I don't think, you know. Maybe that would be unsafe too. I don't know. Seems like contests where you have anything they have them do, anything with their body is risky.
Publications covered the story, making national headlines. It was even covered on the O'Reilly Factor at the time.
Yeah, I bet.
I heard that you're not doing too well.
My head hurts. They keep telling me that it's the water, that it's
yeah, it's the water.
My head to hurt and then it'll make me puke. But
who told you that? The intern?
Yeah.
That's one of the girls over there.
Like, it hurts, but it makes you feel lightheaded. So I'm not sure if I'm just like.
This is what it feels like when you're drowning. There's a lot of water inside of you.
Oh, it hurt.
Yeah, and she died shortly after that.
She died. She ultimately was the second to last person involved in the contest. They gave her consolation tickets of a Justin Timberlake concert tickets, right. And she took it, and she would never make that concert. She'd
how
be dead
long
within
after
6 hours.
that radio?
Which is even more ironic and fucked up. And they insulted her too because the reward they gave her was worthless. Oh my god, give the kids the Wii at that point. Give the kids the Wii at that fucking point. They're gonna need it after the funeral. Jesus, man.
Mother of three.
She consumed 2 gallons of water, I understand, right?
Just under.
And your system simply can't absorb it. So
They weren't allowed to go to the bathroom. That was the contest.
Right, right.
And they would win one of those Wii electronic games.
While the DJs responsible were immediately fired, this wasn't enough for Jennifer's grieving family. Her husband Billy sued the conglomerate media company behind the stunt, with the jury eventually ruling in his favor and awarding him with $16.5 million. Of course, this didn't even come close to making up for the loss of his wife, but this case did at the very
Nice,
least
shield skill to
boost public
21.
awareness
That's good.
surrounding excessive water consumption. This is one of the most infamous cases of its kind, still serving as a devastating reminder of negligence to this very day.
They're saying you killed the professor. Did you do this?
Over the past few decades, as the world has become more and more connected through the internet, police have kept with the trends and have consistently used technology to find and capture criminals. While the vast majority of cases have to do with phone usage, one incident involving a Nintendo Switch console helped solve a seemingly unsolvable murder case. In November of 2019, the local community in Mobile, Alabama was shocked after it was discovered that a 39-year-old economics professor named Matthew Weiser had been shot and killed inside of his home after what appeared to be a robbery gone wrong. He had worked at the University of South Alabama, with the dean of the school, Bob Wood, giving a heartfelt eulogy soon after his colleague's death, stating, quote, "It's with a heavy heart that I write to inform you of the untimely passing of our colleague and friend, Dr. Matthew Weiser, assistant professor in the Department of Economics and Finance. Matt has been a member of our MCOB team since
Oh no!
2014.
Did I? Oh
He was
man!
highly respected and
That thing
well-liked
almost
by
killed
all
me.
members of the campus community and will be greatly missed.
The bio,
However,
I could have
despite
lost.
Law enforcement's desire to catch the criminals responsible,
At least
they
I
had
lived.
absolutely no leads to go off of, with the case stagnating for a time. According to WKRG News, they even offered
Thank
a
God I didn't die.
$5,000 reward for anyone who could provide a tip that might lead to them solving the case. However, this would end up being unnecessary. Apparently, one of the possessions that had been stolen from the teacher was a Nintendo Switch. On its own, this doesn't seem like something that would lead to the crime being solved. However, authorities caught wind of a possible lead after the console was connected to a Wi-Fi network. This led to them arresting two 20-year-old men in connection to the crime, Tyquez Timmons and Derek Scott. Local outlets soon reported on the case, with more details surrounding the criminal's behavior being elaborated on by Assistant District Attorney Keith Blackwood.
Timmons would drop off Scott to go burglarize houses, and then would pick him up, and they would repeat the behavior somewhere else. And in this case, Professor Weiser was home and murdered because these two wanted to conspire together, allegedly to commit some burglaries.
The two young men were facing felony murder charges and were given $150,000 bonds each, with the provision that if that amount was paid, they would be put on house arrest. Despite these developments, there was still some mystery surrounding the case. For starters, most of the news outlets reporting on the situation were not privy to exactly how the switch had led to them to the doorsteps of the two alleged criminals. However, this was later elaborated upon by Blackwood himself, once again, with him stating, quote, "It was connected to an IP address that detectives were able to locate who the IP address is registered to, talk to that person, who then led them to the defendant, Tyquez Timmons. That led them to Derek Scott," unquote. The final update was reported
Good for
on
them.
in February of 2020. It
They
turns out
detected.
that the two had a third accomplice, a 23-year-old named Curtis Anthony Womack Jr. While his exact role is unclear, it was revealed that Derek Scott had been the one who actually pulled the trigger and killed the professor. Authorities also alleged that Timmons had a GPS in his vehicle that also showed he was in the area at the time of the murder. With all this adding up together, it's very unlikely those involved got away without any severe punishment, though it's unclear exactly what they were specifically charged with, as coverage of the story dried up after this.
The man who sent 39 bomb and death threats to Nintendo was sentenced to 1 year in prison, 4 years suspended.
If you've ever played online games with even a hint of competitiveness, you know that salty feeling you get when you are hit with a losing streak.
can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
And while you might be angry in the moment, most rational people realize it's not worth getting super upset over something as trivial as losing in a game. But one Japanese man seemed to lack the ability to see that or come to that conclusion. Our story begins with a 27-year-old man named Kenshin Kazama, who lived in the city of Hitachi located in the Ibaraki prefecture. On the surface, he was a normal man working a mundane job as a city official. However, he, like many others, had a penchant for gaming, being a huge fan of Nintendo's Splatoon franchise. Seeing as how it's a third-person shooter, it can indeed get very competitive and difficult at times, with Kazama often losing his temper while playing. As reported by several news outlets, he became so infuriated that he decided to give Nintendo a piece of his mind. But rather than sending stern letters expressing his
What does
frustrations,
Nintendo
he
have to
instead
do with it?
decided to violently threaten them numerous times.
Oh, developers? Oh, yeah, I get it. I get it. Never mind.
The Nintendo website, submitting a
I don't
whopping 39
condone
separate
it.
threats, beginning in August of 2020.
But I get it.
And ending in September of that same year. Obviously, this on its own would be concerning enough, but there was another reason as to why this sounded so many alarm bells. He had specifically mentioned two separate events, with one being Nintendo Live 2024, which would have taken place in January, and an official Nintendo-sponsored tournament called Splatoon Koshien, which would have taken place in December of 2023. The threats were taken very seriously at the time, with Nintendo rescheduling both of these events for later dates. It didn't take long for authorities to discover who the man was, with him quickly being outed and brought before a court. The judge presiding over the case was unsympathetic to the man's feeble defense of being frustrated within online games, stating, quote, "The defendant was frustrated by his repeated losses in online matches of Nintendo games and committed the crime to relieve stress. There is nothing to be found in the selfish motive. The crime was persistent and malicious. Bro was getting camped by the enemy team and got salty and rage quit. That's the end of the case." I'm just kidding, he didn't say that last part, but yeah. The irate gamer was sentenced to serve a year in prison with 4 months of probation, in addition to being fined $4.36 million in an effort
$4.3 million.
She's going, "Mom, help me, get me away from him, Mom, save me." So I pulled out of the parking spot.
All things considered, the PlayStation 5 is a pretty fucking expensive video game console. Like $500 at release? Come on, dude. But in the time around COVID and shortly after it, everyone wanted this thing. And some people had to wait literal years to get one due to the PS5 shortage that occurred. This next story is a case of a man who nearly 4 years after console release was preparing to get his very own PlayStation 5. But when his wife orders a Nintendo Switch instead, an unhinged freakout ensues, resulting in the man's own death. Before we dive into the story, keep in mind that it wasn't reported on by many major outlets, with the vast majority of information surrounding this case coming from local news station Fox 17. So all credit to them for what they found. In March of 2024, a 45-year-old man from Holland, Michigan named Robert Leon got into a heated argument with his wife, Venice. Allegedly, the argument started because she had ordered a Nintendo Switch instead of a PlayStation 5 like he had requested. So this causes him to completely lose it, screaming and allegedly going so far as to physically hurt her while their daughter was in the back seat. The woman repeatedly tried de-escalating the situation, trying to tell her irate husband that she could simply return the Switch and still get a PS5. But he wasn't listening. She was terrified, with the man soon leaving the car and storming off. Due to her daughter's crying, Venice decided it would be best to drive away to the nearby parking lot of a grocery store to, allow her husband some time to calm down. But upon seeing this, Leon leapt in front of the truck and he started to bang on the window. Panicking, his wife continued to drive, knocking Leon over in the process. He hit his head and was soon driven to the hospital after being hit. He suffered from an inoperable brain injury that resulted in him passing away. She was later interviewed, providing testimony as to what had happened and breaking down into tears numerous times.
He got really upset. Like, I've never seen him like that. I've never seen him fly off the handle like that. I've never seen him. I don't know why he got so angry, but then he started telling me, calling me names and
I think it's methamphetamine.
He scared my daughter. She screamed at the top.
You can hear it in her voice. It's meth and heroin.
Mom, save me.
Mainly meth.
So I pulled out of the parking lot I mean, the parking spot. There was point out and jumped on the hood and he was holding on my brother was so my God. And
demon armies.
I had proceeded to turn, and as I turned, he slipped off and then fell and hit his head, and that's what caused him to pass away. Is he got a brain bleed that was inoperable, and they couldn't fix it.
It's unclear why the man had grown so angry after hearing.
It's meth. Can see it in his eyes. It's meth. I'm terribly sorry. It's meth. I think it's meth. I think you're lying to yourself. I think it's meth. You just didn't want him to know what it was.
It was inoperable, and they couldn't fix it.
It's meth. You can see it. See it in the eyes. It's that, yeah, somebody who's been up too long on methamphetamine.
It's unclear why the man had grown so angry after hearing he would not be receiving a PS5
Like me.
and getting a Switch instead. Based on her reaction to his death and her own testimony,
Yeah,
it doesn't
I can
appear
see a lot
that
of
he had been
psychosis
involved in any
around being
pattern of
denied a
abuse,
console.
with this behavior seemingly coming out of nowhere. It's possible that we may never know the exact details of what transpired on that day, but it's a tragic story nonetheless, with the woman now having to cope with the passing of her husband over a seemingly trivial matter. And well, you've made it to the end. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comments section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Those are always fun. Back to the drawing board. I want to see newer stuff. Hey, it's Lone Vault Wanderer. Haven't seen him in a while.
What's going on, everyone? It's me, Lone. I hope you're doing okay. Today, we have to talk about Fallout Day. So, about a week or so ago, Bethesda Game Studios announced that on October 23rd, they would be hosting an event called Fallout Day, which of course is quite fitting given the lore of the franchise and how in the games the Day of the Great War is October 23rd. And at
October
the time of this
23rd.
recording, that day was yesterday, and the event took place yesterday in the form of a live stream. Now, when they initially announced this thing, they said it was going to be in relation to Fallout 76. Even though it was called Fallout Day, it was going to be in relation to 76. And I'll get into specifics in a second, but they mentioned there would be sneak previews for upcoming content, and also as well, interviews with developers that work on the game. And then after the Fallout Day segment, they were going to swap to a segment from Fallout for Hope, who are raising funds for St. Jude's. And by the way, to Ken and the team at Fallout for Hope,
I had to plug my
you did a
headphones
fantastic
in, sorry.
job with that. Not just with that live stream, mind you, but over the years, you've raised so much money for what is a great cause. I need to give you and the team a huge props and huge kudos at the beginning of this video. But now let's focus back on that Fallout Day segment, specifically by Bethesda and Bethesda Game Studios. So when that segment wrapped up, it's safe to say that the sentiment in the community was largely negative. There was a huge amount of community backlash, specifically spurred on by that Fallout Day segment. If you were to go to the YouTube video on Bethesda Softworks channel for the Fallout Day segment, whether it's the VOD or the live stream, there's kind of two versions of it there, all of the comments are pretty much negative. If you were to go to their Twitter posts about Fallout Day, all the responses are negative. Similar on Instagram, probably the same on Facebook.
Oh,
Everywhere,
no.
it seems unanimous that people did not like this Fallout Day segment. Lots of negativity, lots of backlash. And I need to talk about
I don't like the
now,
concept
in the
of it.
second part of this video, I will share my thoughts on what was shown in that Fallout Day segment when it comes to Fallout 76 specifically. I really liked some of the stuff, other stuff I didn't like so much, and then also as well, I do have some thoughts about how they largely showed us stuff that we
76 is
already
getting
knew
stuff?
about, right? So I will talk about that later in the video. But initially, I do want to address that huge amount of community backlash and negativity, because I do believe that some of it is unfounded and is unfair to put on Bethesda. Not all of it. As I mentioned, there is specific criticism that I think is completely fair to have towards that segment, and I'm going to be differentiating that as much as possible. I'm not just talking about all negativity towards that segment, because that would be stupid to say. I'm talking about a particular type of backlash that I saw with regards to that segment once it wrapped up. But before I get into that, I think it's fair for me to clarify and say here that I've been more towards the critical side of Bethesda Game Studios over the past couple of years. I think I've largely been fair in my videos, but overall my sentiment has veered towards the more critical side. Look at my review of Starfield Shattered Space, for instance, right? Even though there was some stuff I liked, and I liked the base game, mind you, I was positive in my review, but when it came to Shattered Space, overall, it wasn't what I was looking for. I found more negative stuff in there than positive stuff. Similar when it comes to Fallout 76, right? Before Skyline Valley, at least, I wasn't the biggest fan of what was being added to 76. I said this quite openly
Skyline
on my
Valley
channel.
was good.
A lot of the stuff, especially Expeditions, just wasn't for me. And because I was taking a bit of a hiatus from the game, if you will, I openly said a number of times that stuff wasn't really bringing me back consistently. I would come back to try it out and play it, but then I pretty much walked away from the game. That was until Fallout 76 Skyline Valley. I thought that was genuinely great.
Skyline was
that, a lot of the
so
content
good.
of the game wasn't for me. I say all of this to say that I have been more critical towards Bethesda Game Studios and their games as of late. I still believe fair, positive in many regards, but overall I think my sentiment has veered towards the critical side, right? So if Bethesda Game Studios and Bethesda did something wrong with this Fallout Day segment, with the segment itself or how they promoted it, I would be here sharing that criticism. 100% I would be, because I literally just did that with Shattered Space. I've been doing that for the past year or so with Fallout 76. 100% I'd be doing that. And I will share some form of criticism when it comes to that Fallout Day segment in the second part, as I mentioned. But I'm not just going to sit here and shit on that Fallout Day segment for some of the reasons that people are putting out, because I believe those specific reasons and that type of specific backlash was unfair and was unfounded. And what am I talking about? The type of backlash that I'm finding issue with is people that went in there with the completely wrong expectations as to what was going to be in that Fallout Day segment, and not only were disappointed by that, but then went online onto social media and started completely blasting Bethesda Game Studios. So let's go back to that initial Fallout Day announcement. How did they actually market this thing? What were they saying was going to be in the Fallout Day livestream? Well, from what I could see, the very first announcement for Fallout Day was on October 17. I think it's technically October 16 in the US. I'm looking at Australian times here. Or was October 16/17 from the Fallout account, where they said, tune in for a very special hashtag Fallout Day broadcast on October 23rd. Get a sneak preview of new content in Fallout 76 and catch some developer interviews. After the broadcast, celebrate with our friends at Fallout for Hope for their community parade. So, that was their initial post about it. And yes, they called this thing Fallout Day, but they were very specific in the copy when they said that it was going to be in relation to Fallout 76. Sneak previews of new content in 76 and developer interviews. It was called Fallout Day. I understand that, a more generic term, but because it's October 23rd, the day of the Great War, I didn't mind that they use that branding, because it allows them to use that phrasing and that title in the future for future Fallout stuff if they ever wanted to, right? But because they were very clear that even though it was Fallout Day, it was still going to be about Fallout 76, I read that tweet and I thought, it's going to be about Fallout 76. I'm not expecting anything else, because they didn't hint at or tease at anything else. Nothing about any other Fallout game or any other potential Fallout game. Fallout 5, a remake with 3 New Vegas, potentially a Fallout spin-off. None of that stuff was mentioned or even teased in any kind of capacity. So I didn't come away from that post thinking it's going to be about something else, or it's going to have a mention of another Fallout game that we don't know about, some secret news or whatever it might be. I thought it's mostly going to be about Fallout 76. And heck, if there's a surprise, it's going to catch us off guard, but I'm not expecting that. I'm not going to be disappointed by that not being in there if that were to be the case. So that was their initial post. But even in response to this initial post, there were still people expecting something else different, putting their expectations in the completely wrong place. I saw responses, and there were a bunch of them, not just in response to this post, but also several other posts about Fallout Day, which I'll get into in a second. But there were people saying, we want Fallout 5, what I expect from the show, a remake of franchise, remaster me please, I'll take any remaster, remasters when? Please, Fallout 5, Fallout 5 question mark. A lot of people, even though this post again was just about 76 and just mentioned 76, were mentioning everything else, like the rumored Fallout 3 remake and New Vegas remake. Fallout 5, which of course we know is going to be made at some stage, but not next. Elder Scrolls 6 is next. So people were setting their expectations so high and expecting something completely different that of course when they ended up watching that live stream, they were left disappointed and they were left upset. But that wasn't the only time that they just mentioned 76 for that Fallout Day livestream. For instance, there's this post on October 22/21. Join us for the Fallout Day broadcast on October 23rd at 3 p.m. ET to get a look at what's coming in the next major updates of Fallout 76 and enjoy the Fallout for Hope Community Parade post-show. And yes, there will be some ghoul talk. That was, of course, a little tease for how next year in 76 we're going to be able to play as ghouls. Playable
Don't
ghouls
care.
are going to be a thing.
Don't want to play
And
as
you had
ghoul.
more details there if you wanted to check out more information. But again, that was
Don't care.
all about Fallout 76 and that mention about playable ghouls. Another example, October 22/23. It's almost time, one more day until the Fallout Day broadcast featuring upcoming content for Fallout 76 and developer interviews. Be sure to prepare your Fallout themed snacks. So again, even though it's called Fallout Day, they specifically said it's going to be about upcoming content for Fallout 76 and dev interviews. No other teasers or hints at anything else with regards to the franchise as a whole, any other potential games or remakes or whatever it might be. Just Fallout 76. So I don't know how people can come away from those posts thinking this stream could have anything else in it aside from Fallout 76, and of course just a general celebration of the Fallout community, because it's Fallout Day. Again, they've done similar stuff in the past. I don't know how anyone else got the wrong impression from those posts. Now, to contradict what I was saying a little bit, because I'm trying to be as fair as much as possible here, there were some posts which just said Fallout Day and didn't specifically reference Fallout 76. So I can understand people that just saw these posts alone in a bubble without seeing those other posts, because it happens on social media. I can understand that some people just saw these posts and got a little bit confused. For instance, this post on October 17/16, we've got plenty of festivities planned for Fallout Day